The air around you is cold. Mid-November, leaning towards the later fall months, leaves a bitter taste of icy water laid like a mat across your village. You've spent months preparing and you found yourself relatively comfortable with family, friends, and other Vikings alike, keeping you in community with each other. A warm house can be found from tent to tent, covered in a fire, burning like a heater, covering hide, melting all leftover snow that surrounds these small village homes. Each person has a job to do. Even from the young age of 4 years old, there's always a chore to be done. And you find yourself with a more common one, nonetheless. As many work in the village, moving lumber and other things, some blacksmithing the cold iron as they put it into a plunging lava of a furnace, you find yourself just off the side in the wilderness. Each stick, stone you move, and wood that you take from a large pile packed up over the scent of the winter, you move across the glistening ice of a lake just off to the northern side of the village. People move as weapons move across in front of you, as logs as heavy as some being about 15 pounds if not more sit on your hands like an iron rack. What would be going through your mind as you're making your way through the village of fellow people?
It's surprisingly early this year to have such heavy winter falling upon us. But at the same time, I know that on my back I'm bringing the comfort necessary. So I am hopeful that this will be an uneventful winter.
Fingers crossed, the same as many of them before. This isn't your first winter, is it?
No, I've had my fair share of winters before. Some of them colder than others. But the more time had passed, I have learned to grow this warmth inside myself in order to share it with the people I care. So, since about 15 years ago, I don't really think of the cold anymore. It's just a part of nature. It's just a fact that envelops me wherever I walk.
As you put one foot in front of the other, making your way through the town and this very light, maybe like 1 or 2 inches worth of snow beneath your feet, your arms kind of tense up just a little bit with that sweat mixed with, the frigid air. It's something you're used to, but it's still one of those bodily reactions that always come out of it. How would you describe your character?
Well, there's a man, a very tall man, his hands very battered and callous in many parts. He's got like a very tough frame to him. He's very wide on his back. He is blonde with some scars here and there from some battles that he regrets. But this is a man with the body of a worker, of someone who has found this volume of his to become something for others, never something for war or violence. He's found his place as a tree in which the people he cares about may rest assured that they will find shade.
As you make your way through the dense population that has now grown over the summertime, you pass by your previous successions. You are all fishermen, hunters, and warriors alike. Your area is casted with things from close areas, but you know, it feels that there is variety. You know that with the history growing for your people as it did throughout this course of time, that the Wargin nation itself in a whole has been nice to your people. They have never tried bothering you after many years past, and King Luther, God rest his mighty dragonborn soul, knew that that was never a way to go about life. When they found your people on the coastal lines of that western frigid ice, you communicated, and in doing so, they made the Amantis Ridge a military barricade, almost like an invisible line over that course of the ocean, to help you live a better life and not have to be threatened by much of the outside world. But for the past couple of years, and ever since Luther's death, the communications have been quiet. It's been you, your people, your own leaders, focusing on their own lives at the moment. Time and time again, you'll see a Dragonborn messenger with one or more things to share, but was nothing ever to change the way of life for you. As you fight against many clans at the moment, these are all just distant memories, as the white of the ice feels like a covering vision of just a time of rest, an attempt to survive another winter just like many of the last. You make your way into your home. A large wooden door creaks to the side as you make your way through and towards the furnacing fireplace in front of you. Each step, one after the other, you finally take a knee in front of your fireplace. And I'm assuming you add wood to this burning fire.
Yes, obviously, I will take a little bit of a shake, so I don't fill my home with ice. There's someone who would be pretty mad if I do that again. I will try to get out of my coat and just rub my hands together as I take one of these planks, and with my sturdy hands, I'm gonna just crack up some planks, the wood stiff from the cold, and just throw them in the fire.
Using your hands, you break them up, making smaller planks out of these pieces, and one after the other, you make a relatively sized fire for you and the household that you live in. You live in a little bit more of a, I guess, quality home, more than some. Stone foundation, a nice padded floor, dry, with well-made straw over your head. But you know that you would help anybody else in this group try to build a home similar, I assume.
And so I have before. Every single wall around me, a testament of my work as a mason, but also the straw of my roof, the wooden of my furniture. It's a symbol, a token of my connection with the people in this town. A lot of it commissioned work, a lot of it friendship work. This is a house that was built not only through work, but also from the volition of the people wanting to help as much as I want to help them back. This was a home built over a foundation of my own gratitude towards those people.
Your home itself and many others alike stand a testament to who you are as a person. With a clan that you have, it is very important that this is something that you both help and do yourself. But for you, with your proficiencies, Mason, this stood more of a testament to yourself more than many other things in your life. And as a proud husband and father. Speaking of husband, the door creaks open with a sound of a gentle grunt, somebody holding something over their shoulder. I'm assuming you turn to give it a look.
I will immediately turn around, see if they need help.
As you turn around, you see a hand be raised up as it almost seems like the fur of a doe covers a face. She turns, she gives you a bit of a sigh. The realization that you've started to get better about brushing the snow off before you get the furthest into the house you can. She soon brings what seems to be a medium-esque to smaller sized doe, whitetail, and brings it and lays it across one of the smaller tables that you have. Both hands go down as they are bloody in some scrapes, but nothing that she isn't used to, of course.
I will look at the injuries and I'm gonna talk to her. I'm gonna say, "Dearest, are you okay?"
Oh, fine. There are little wood scrapes. Nothing
Look
to
at
do
this. Look at these cuts. You're frostbitten. I've made the fire. You should try to heat yourself up.
Oh.
I'll take care of this.
She breathes into her hands a little bit as she makes her way around you with a gentle smile, scooting his way around. She does leave a small kind of like dirk-sized knife on the table. Would you like to prep it, skin it? It still has hide on its back, but you can see that it's got like it's killing blows. You know, you can see like a double arrow incision from like 2 shots of an arrow, and then the cut underneath the neck to make sure, you know, most of the blood has come out. What would you do in this kind of situation here?
So first of all, I would like to assess the quality of the hide, see if it's usable in any way.
Give me a investigation check, please. First roll of the campaign.
First roll.
First roll of the solo sessions, and it's a -1. It can't get better than that as a -1. Ugh, I'm excited.
Hell yeah. 1d20. -1. Hell yeah. Natural 20.
Yeah! Let's go. Oh, best way to start it off. There is no better way. Better way. All right. As you expect, the hide. This, as maybe it's not the biggest, you know, deer you've ever seen. It's still a good shot. From what you can tell, most of the outside of the hide is relatively muddy. Seems like it kind of had a bit of a crash and burn moment. The underside, kind of like beneath the beneath like one of the front legs. It kind of like bleeds, getting like a stain. It seems like it's sat there for a while, so you would probably be able to assume that she's been carrying this for at least longer than maybe a mile, maybe just less than if she wasn't making good time. But it is kind of like stained in to the fur just a little bit. But overall, the quality of the hide is, while not perfect, is still probably one of the better ones that's been caught. I would say quite recently to quite lately.
Okay. Seeing this, I am going to quickly see that, this is probably not going to make luxury material anytime soon. Might probably need to use some work. So I will try to consciously de-skin it in a way to preserve the parts that are still in good condition, so that I can take them to the leather worker later. Maybe they can work something out with it. We need as much clothes as we can in this winter, and I'm just gonna start pulling the fascia apart, trying to get straight into the meat, trying to prep this animal.
Give me a survival check. I get an absolute flashbang from my screen.
Survival. That I have a little bit more.
Okay.
It is +3. Watch me get a 1.
1 now. We got the best and worst. Only way to play.
Play.
You can lower this just a little bit more.
And it's a 9 total.
Your arms are still a little bit cold. You yourself, you've been moving wood all day. You're, trying to reset from task to task kind of thing. But you were a little bit more worried about the injuries than, the hide just a little bit more. A deer can be caught on a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday. Hunting is something that can happen many times, but something like, the relationship that you have with your family, well, for you, that's a one-time thing, and you would not replace that with much else, which kind of clogs up your mind with some things, but you do manage to get it off with bits around, like the tail, the tougher, more firmal, young bits, kind of being a little bit harder to clean up, and sometimes you kind of like overcut and came up with it before you got the rest. But I would say that you probably did a well-on job at getting this off as best as possible. Your wife, as she's currently on both knees, hands held to the flame, she does turn back to you. Twine and delivering that now, or would you rather wait for later until after dinner?
Well, this animal is proving a little bit more stiff as I expected.
2 arrows.
It must be the cold.
2 arrows. He is a little bit more of a rascal one, but it took time.
It's also going to take time to take this boy apart.
Would you rather the butcher and leather mason worry about it? And you can just worry about whether or not I can get at that with a knife and cut us some meat for tonight.
Well, I think it would be a good thing to give some word to Butcher. And after all, that way we can rest our hands a little bit. Perhaps he can cut the meat for tonight's meal.
I think my hands are well enough for that now. Don't you?
Well, honey, I still want to, think about tomorrow. You might have your hands a little bit better now, but it's been a cold winter. In a couple of days, you'll have to get out again, and I'd rather you heal.
I will stay by the fire and cook. I've heard that somebody has fetched our kids when I had entered into the village, so maybe I have some extra hands instead of just myself. You take that, see what you can find for us for now. And I will worry about food for tonight. If you find any grass or any clippings on the way, you know that you are much one of seasoning than I am.
Oh well, I'll see if I can forage something a little bit special for this occasion. I don't know. Maybe if I have some time, I might, work on the stones. That always get me under heat.
We'll see what you can get to with your cold hands then. And with that said, I'm assuming you make your way out of the homestead. As you do and you go to leave out the door, you are met with two young munchkins of folk. They immediately run towards you, and one, your youngest boy, he wraps his arm around your knee, making it a little bit harder to move. And her eldest daughter gives you a side hug, as it feels like you are being attempted to be wrestled to the ground, but you are backed into the house just a little bit. Your wife tries to get them off of you, like she's trying to conduct wild beasts. Get off him. You are tracking in more snow.
I'm going to play along and go like, oh, heavens, an assault.
Your youngest goes, ah, and he takes his hand in kind of like a paw-like motion and kind of like hits you on like the underneath of your knee bone, kind of like from the back, as he pretends to be a bladed-toothed tiger and give you a strike trying to take you down.
I'm gonna scream, dearest, call the chief. We're being plundered and they have a beastmaster.
He proceeds to keep trying to push you, and she stands up and gives hands. Come on. Now, as she gives a little bit of a giggle, she tries to seem a little serious, but she's still a little too happy, even with this small bit of, cold around her hands.
I'm gonna look at her and I'm gonna say, what's up with you? If you don't smile, your face is gonna get frozen in that expression of yours.
Your youngest goes, yeah, and if you stay any more like that, you're gonna be frozen solid completely. Legs and everything. And trust me, Mom, I don't think we want to eat you. Your eldest sister gives him like a little shove in the side of the head, and says, that's weird, as she kind of like nudges him to the side as he lets go of you.
Mm-hmm.
You're
gonna giggle away.
Yeah. I was gonna say, your wife makes her way towards you as she takes your young boy. You hear your eldest daughter as you kind of like turn around. She goes, oh, look what we did. And she takes a large stick from her back. You can see that she has crafted it into a bow. It's a little bit made of thin wood, but it is strongly strung. The one thing that she wants to show you from it is that while she was learning with many of the others, during when they were eating around campfires about the archery pens and things like that, she had put like a tiny little like wood engraving that she took a piece of flint to and kind of like nailed in. And what you can kind of see is like a really rough kind of like a scattered marking of your family house kind of thing, to try to give more claim to who she is as a person. You can tell that it's not the best. It's, it's still kind of scratchy. There's parts of it that kind of like chip and go all the way down. She said, in spare time, you will teach me how to shoot this, won't you? properly,
Oh,
of course.
I I just look at it, just trying to very delicately like pretend like I'm gonna break it to see her expression.
She looks at you. She seems pretty confident at first, but as you gradually begin to make your way, it goes from, and it kind of like, you can see that it kind of like lowers and worthy. You can even hear yourself a little bit of like it like begin to like snick just a little bit.
I'm gonna then just morph it back slowly and say, they need to be flexible. Uh, Still a fine practice piece. Don't know if much of a huntsman bow, but I guess it will do. The only defect will probably be the master, who's not much of a marksman himself.
She takes kind of a nod. She gives you a little smirk as she reaches across and grabs the bow and retrieves it from you. She goes,
I want to request. Did you make arrows?
no, just the bow. I spent most of the day trying to restring it. I heard the crack that you did, but I thought maybe it had a little bit more crack to go.
Don't worry, I think it has good strength, but you need to learn how to craft arrowheads. I can teach you a thing or two about how to. It really makes you appreciate every shot in a whole different way.
Well, the reason why I'm asking you is because if I asked Mom, she might get too frustrated with me and butcher the animal right in front of you. So, not something I'm too comfortable with seeing just yet, but we're getting there.
Well, if you just want your parents out of your way, then
No,
I could help you escape.
I mean, not that. I meant like.
It's fine. I'm just messing with you. So, what do you say I might consider taking you with me next time? If you're also willing to craft at least a dozen of arrows.
A dozen?
A dozen.
Is that like the
Here.
requirement?
Show me your hands. I want to see your hands.
She places her hands out, kind of like a cup, kind of like that.
What do I see? Do I see any, like, woodcuts in them?
Her hands are a bit tougher, mind you. She is, as much as she has a little bit of attitude towards, so, she's not as bloodthirsty as many of you, as her family is progressively somewhat more calmer than others with you as a mason. But her hands, you've done many chores with her, like I said before. No matter what the gender was, everybody was working. You knew that at times when it came to you ignoring your work and doing things that would be like local chores, like moving wood, retrieving it sometimes, and other things like that for fire, like you had just done before, your daughter would be one of the people to help you or help you with a group of others around that area. So they're a little bit more tougher. They're not very like calloused hands, like very worked hands, but they are more formal materialed fingers. You can kind of see kind of like the callus lines before you get like callus, kind of when the hand almost looks a little bit more chalky, but more under the terms of like finite movements. With better placement.
I want to look specifically for splinters and woodcuts to see if she got damaged in any way while making this.
So I would have to say that she probably has She, underneath kind of like the more ball point of your thumb, as you kind of like, I would assume, like move your thumbs and kind of try to see if you can find like any, not shown to eye splinters. You can see that her palm kind of like tenses up a little bit. She might have like one or two on the more like inside of her hand. What she did spend a lot of her time doing was like wrapping things like dirks and knives and swords and putting wraps on them. So what you'll also see kind of like held to that is more like tuft skin, as many of the times that they're doing those wraps, they gotta put it like over their hands, tighten, let go, and then like double over. So you can see a bit more of a splinter, but nothing like cuts like her mom had when she came in.
Okay. I'm gonna look at them, just inspect them, like I'm gonna make a face like I'm palm reading her.
Mm.
And I'm going to say, I see you're improving. They don't look as clumsy as they were before.
Okay. Well. You say it comes with time. So, look at that. It came with time.
And with time, I think you will make a fine Fletcher. But no rushing right now. There's not another hunt until about 3 days. So we don't have a lot of time to make those arrows, do we?
No, sir.
Come on, get in. Get warm.
She passes by you and makes her way into the house. Your wife, collects the children, moves them to the fire. As you look back inside, you have your floor-made beds out of animal hides, straw and other things like that. A very firm, sturdy, constructed roof over your head, and one of the better fireplaces, made by yourself, of course. While the outside feels cold beyond the door, the inside is warm. Sometimes it feels like if you're inside for too long, you might start sweating, even if it is 10 degrees outside.
Mm-hmm. Testament to good insulation.
Can't beat it. Just can't beat good installation.
You can't.
Never made like this. They don't make it like this. They do. They don't make it like they do here. A smile slowly grows across your face as you begin to make your way out. Your youngest looks at you first, gives you a smile and a wave as you go to do what you need to do. And your mother and daughter kind of acknowledge what he does with a smile. Did I say your mother? Sorry, their mother and your daughter give you acknowledgement. We got a whole set of generations in this household. Give you acknowledgement as you, I believe, make your way out of the door. Finally.
Yes.
As you make your way outside back into the nature of your community, you can see that people are a little bit more active. The sun is barely trying to peek through on a foggy day. It almost feels like a day of war, even though nothing has happened. The sky lays gray with one set of colored clouds as they rest high in the sky. You can see some peeking of rays of light try to peek through, but all it does, it gives this glowing haze to this already vibrant snow. You can see some grass patches as you make your way down. Some of the grass in this area has grown high towards its final days of summer before winter has hit it in high heat. You can see some farmers making their way down as they're trying to bring cattle and other wildlife through the streets as best they can from place to place, trying to find them somewhere that they can stay within either fences or within some form of a pen, so that way they can stay fed themselves, as grass is also scarce for them as well. As you make your way through, you are met with the visiting of a friend of yours. Not a very close friend of yours, you know, not a dad best friend in this case, I would say, but somebody that you have worked with, you've been accompanied with, you've chat with, and he lives a couple of village homes down this street. He is one of the more warrior-based Vikings. Most of his job is moving the shields, utilities, and many other things, you know, taking things like loot. Your relationship with a man like this, especially after the years that you've been together, you're roughly around the same age. He originates from a different family clan that had started as an equal to you guys. Many times in Hall, it would go back and forth between the families, but he is not of, I guess you could say, like a tribe necessarily. He is not from direct tribe, but if all tribes are under unison under one chieftain, he is from one of them. These people are not as crafts-based as your tribe, I would say. They are more action warrior-based. He stands around your height, possibly like an inch or two higher, but it's kind of like one of those things where it's hard to tell because one of you slouches or stuff like that, but you look very similar in height. What really puts on for you is your hair. For this guy, well, he's bald, as many of the warriors or people of action here are, as a ritual and cultural thing to remove or braid hair for them from time to time. He is a bit more muscular than you are. He is covered in tribal tattoos, very long flower-like Celtic tattoos that you would see that just means strong, active, and man of hunt sort of thing. He approaches you and he places a large pitchfork off to the side as he was trying to help move some things out of the way for the farmer, something that he's not used to doing. There hasn't been many issues, not a lot of stuff to move around, and mostly around the hunt, that's when people do their activities. He's trying to just make sure that farm life is situated, but it's not a job that you can tell that he enjoys. He immediately approaches you and kind of puts a firm, grasping hand on your shoulder with grip, as he kind of like turns you off to the side as you begin like walking together. So, how are we? How are we doing?
I was gonna ask you the same thing.
Progress has been low on the ocean front. I've tried expanding outwards, but we're not given much of a point. Strength is one of the many things we have right now. But to do with that, we need wisdom. And that's why I'm happy that I met you today. There's a conversation that I would like to have with you. Sooner
Of course.
than later. First thing is the news. Scouts, including myself, has removed from the borderline, I guess, that Wargin had made for us many years ago. Now, you know that I'm not very active out there, but it was still something. In the guild hall right now, there's a dragonborn from Wargin. You might know him. I do not know. I never personally seen him before in my life. He is one of many messengers, but the thing is he is armored. He only brings 3 others with him. I do not believe he means harm. We don't normally see armored Wargins around us, unless they are here to protect something. Personally, I would take it with worry and wisdom. There's not much else that I know. And he stands in front of you, he places your hands out. And he says, if something needs to happen, we are outnumbered by Wargin, 10-1. One of the things that you are reminded of this person as he says this is, this character he is not mentally well, because of the amount of time that he's been in warlike situations, battles and sieges, he has become overly paranoid. And for many of your tribe of people, having great relationships with Wargin and almost never having a problem, he has progressively grown this paranoia of Wargin as time and time goes on. What's your passive history?
My passive history is... 9.
9. There would not be much to you, since many of what you do is mason work, and that's a lot of kind of like the communal things for your character. While many of these people probably interact with the outside world the most compared to you, all you really know is you as a person that works in this community as a trade folk, and some of the things you've helped Wargin with. Very few, like a handful of times after this course of this, the past many years, and only twice since your youngest has been born. Wargin has never almost aimed to be a threat, and as time and time has gone on, they've reduced the amount of people that they even bring to your villages because of things like trade. Many of the times they bring maybe 20 people, some armored, but mostly carrying wagons, to give you guys things to aid you through the winter as a form of trade, as many of you would give them more bulked weapons and other things that you are proficient with. But as time and time goes on, it's gone from 20 to 16 to 12 to 9, and now he's saying that the most recent is somebody in the guild hall with only 3 other people with him, being 4. He's worried, from what you can see on his face with a passive insight, which I won't really ask, but you can tell from your experience with this man. This looks like a very common paranoia, and many times this paranoia has been right, but also many times that this has been wrong. So for him, this is a very 50-50 situation that your character has grown an opinion for.
Okay.
He says to you, they outnumber us 10-1. They can bring an armada to our lakefront and be a problem ever since. You need to be ready to kill a man if it comes to. And I think Wargin is the first to go.
My dear friend, they always have those numbers. Yet, we haven't received any threats from them yet.
We have not given many threats to people we have claimed as victims. You can't tell me that this does not seem right.
This is odd, but I mean, what could have provoked this in any way? Has one of us plundered where he shouldn't have?
No, and when he arrived, he said that there is nothing wrong, but he wants to speak to what he had called our travel man. First, many of us didn't know what that means, but after further discussion, he means trade folk like you. The reason why I'm telling you this is I do not trust this situation. I want to join you in... The butcher will be there. The Fletcher will be inside. You will most likely be asked to be there. I want to be there with you. With axe in hand. But I cannot protect you myself.
pause for a moment, and I'm going to say, if precaution is too wise, then let's hope this winter can serve as our cover. Where do we meet?
In the guild hall. Maybe a sundial's time. So roughly about less than an hour, roughly, is kind of like how he describes it and such. The Fletcher will most likely be heading over there now, and the leather worker had said that he will be leaving soon. I say, and he kind of like places his hand on like the wrapped up deer, like the hide that you kind of like had all set up. He places his hand on it. I will take this for you. I will go. I will place it. He knows me better than he knows you. That right there, that's a lie. You know this worker a lot better than he does. He's in and out of the village every once in a while. That, for him, is a blatant lie. And that, for insight, he's not a good liar. I mean, on the sheet, his deception, very low. I'm going to assume that your passive insight does beat that. So I will say that you can take that as a blatant lie.
Okay, it is an 11, though.
Yeah, no, trust me. His is 6.
Okay. So
not a good liar. Deception is not there. Charisma, not this guy's strong suit.
I'm gonna go. Well, perhaps a better plan would be if you warned the fishermen in order for them to blow a whistle if they see anything out of the ordinary. Then I'll take this to the butcher. If he attempts to say something, I'm gonna say, I think, how's that for wisdom?
Better than mine!
And I just walk.
He goes, better than mine! And he gives you a nod, and he like kind of like strolls off to the side and makes his way towards the waterfront where many of the fishers and people on your like galley ships are. As you continue down your path, as you make your way down the street, you eventually find yourself at the butcher shop, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
I remember. Yep. You eventually find yourself at the butcher shop. It is good to see that he has not the most meat you've ever seen there, as spring is more bountiful than winter. But it looks like we're going to have one of the more decent upper grade winters. Out of the many years you've been alive, you could probably assume that this will be 6th best.
Yes. We've come a long way.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk in. I want to see if there's anyone else inside. Just so that I can manage this with subtlety.
Right. There is one young man, one young Viking. Man, he is suited in chainmail armor. With what a lot of reference that he has, the braids coming down to just, you know, huge divide between. He's got 2 sets of braids. He's from one of the same tribal families as the last man that you would talk to. He is seemingly trying to get a set of food in, so he can take home himself, for the most part, for his young family. You've seen him at banquets before. He was married a while back. Took them a while to eventually have a child, but they haven't really publicly disclosed with how young he is. He kind of like leans into like the hut as he knocks his like middle finger knuckle against like the wood, just trying to like almost like a tune, just like on the wood, passing time, as you watch the butcher kind of like take some like small like rabbit hides and stuff like that place like about 3 or 4 slabs of meat, some thyme, and other ingredients in there, and taking other like weeds and twine that he has, he wraps it up in a package, kind of like places it up, stands up and hands it to him. He says thank you in native language, says you're welcome back, as the young boy leaves. You between the butcher, it's a bit of a solitude. He stands, he's a little bit smaller than you. The joke that many of you have made is he kind of looks like a dwarf, with how his body is built kind of like very square-like, and he's probably around 5'7", but while many of the Viking people stand a little bit taller, he stands on the shoulder side, and a little bit more of a blockier guy with it. Thorn! What do you got for me today?
I've got a real piece of work, but also I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to join. Maybe I need you to join me for some news that I have that are a bit worrying, if you don't mind.
I know what you're getting at. Give me the meat first, let me put it down, and then
I just
we can talk.
put the animal down, and I go inside with him.
As you place the animal down and kind of like silk into this kind of like it's more like a trough kind of little like stable like area. Mind you, we're working with like Vikings, so this is kind of like an overhang like next to his house is kind of how he like operates it. He takes you down and in. He moves the animal, keeps it off the mud, puts it on some hay on top of some extra hide to kind of just he's gonna let it kind of like bleed out for any extra blood that might be lingering, and let it sit for a second in this kind of like low cold, I guess you could say. It's kind of like stale in here. The smell is musky, raw meat, definitely like wild animal coming in and out. From here, he's obviously been sweating with a lot of the animal that's been brought in, as people are looking for the biggest hunts to find. So he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting, for a guy like that. He places down your stuff. He picks up a bowl from the side. He kind of like twiddles his finger around in there, takes a lick out, and you can tell that he's kind of got like some berries. He goes, "Don't worry, I checked, they're safe. You want one?"
Why not?
And he kind of like leads you over the bowl as much as you take one, kind of just ate it as like a small like tasted snack. He kind of just like took 1, 2, kind of like snuck a third, as he goes and puts the bowl down.
I wouldn't say that's the moment when I realize how hungry I am. I haven't had lunch.
You kind of like get that taste that kind of feels like it kind of like triggers like maybe I can go for a little bit more. He turns around back to you, and he goes, he kind of like wiping off like bits of it on his tongue, trying to get all the flavor that's left in those berries, So you're talking about the dragon, I'm assuming, right? Is that what this role is about?
For this once, I don't think it's one of his illusions, and that's what gets me worried.
There's a part of me that's been doing it for this long that wants to believe it is. But here's what I'll come at this with. A bit of extra information to it. He's been paranoid since years before. When we did the raid across the Mighty Lake, we had done what we did there. It was a good victory, great in loot, but we lost many of us, which is what brought us down by population and extended the needs here. Luckily, we had people like you to make coming home easier for many of us. But
Appreciate that.
he hasn't been the same. Now, while I agree something's going on, it's not the Dragonborn. And I'll tell you that much. With what most of the other scouts who said who are not as possessed as he is by our demons, many have said they've come from the southern lands. Most of these roads are heading northbound, but it's not something that's common. Most of the roads that we have used in the many years of the territory that we've been given by Wargin, they all head southbound, then east, towards Luther's capital. But as of lately, some of the scouts have been reporting back that new tree routes have been discovered. Progression. Larger wagon wheels and more by horseback. So many of them tried when they were going out to make small discussions. I was given notes as if I was supposed to care. I didn't. It's all drama I heard around preparing food. But here's what I did manage to get around it. Many of our trackers were able to identify that the, let's say, amount of people didn't combine to what Wargin was visiting us with. One of the things I bet he told you was that these people continue to decline in size. And me being a butcher, yeah, I've realized that I've had a lot less meat going towards them than many other times. Seems like Wargin's done a great job for himself over the course of years that I've been alive, at least. He's about 40 or so. But they're not Wargins. The numbers don't add up to what the trackers are replying. Some people assume that it's Wargin, being around the border, but the thing is Wargin walks through that border every time they come in. There's no hesitation. There's almost never camps. They always stay here with us. This doesn't feel like Wargin. They did these things in the ancient days when our people first came to be. But now, after these centuries that they've known us for, is what it feels like. It's almost like they're reverting back to old behavior if it is them. I talked to the Warginer when he came in originally. One of them came to talk to us. He said he was looking for the people with trade. I said I'd talk to him later. Then you know who showed up and tried to inform me of everything going on. He offered me what he said protection. He wanted to, I guess he said stand by me. He didn't believe that I was going to be able to protect myself. If I'm this good with a knife with a dead animal, let's see what happens with a live one. I think I'll get a little bit more desperate. But in the meantime, what did he say to you?
Well, he said that he's worried about their numbers, that they outnumber us 10 to 1. He told me to be ready to kill a man if it ever came to it. But of course I know that this man is... I know what war does, what conflict does to a man after so long. After a while, people become jaded. Oh, stones look like quartz, but there is something about this that I've only ever heard him tell stories about maidens and hunts. That he doesn't talk this way to me. It really struck me as odd. So I knew I couldn't trust his testimony right away, but that's why I have come here with you, because I trust that maybe you'll have a more informed perspective.
He kind of sighs as he kind of leans his head over, one of the animals. His face is locked down, and between the two of you, I think you have relatively somewhat of the most equal confusion. Even though he knows a little bit more information about it, to him, this still doesn't check out. It doesn't make sense. And with how high you guys are up in the area alone, if we look back at the map, you are in the most northern part of Wargin. You guys are deep in Wargin. right here. So for this to be in effect with this guy freaking out the way he is, I mean, there must be something. Um, in action, but it's just weird to think about. Is what I think that the butcher's getting at. It seems aimed, if that makes sense. He thinks that if anything's happening, it's happening for a reason, but he doesn't know what the reason could be. There's one part that he gets to in a second of thinking. And he says, the armored one. He mentioned that when he talked to you. Tell me he did.
Yes, he did.
That armored one, he's not a general. In fact, I don't believe that he as a person has any military experience in Wargin. He is a global traitor who's in there.
An armored traitor?
That's here's what I'm getting at. It's the only thing that makes sense to me so far. The rest of the men he's with aren't as armored as he is. And you'll see that when you go in there. Most of them are wearing cold gear. Just as much as we do. Just like we do. Many of them are wearing cold gear except for him. Here's my thought to this whole thing. And again, take it with a grain of salt. I want you to think for yourself and have the wisdom many of us assume that you do as a Mason. If this isn't Wargin, like many of us suspect it might be, then it means that whatever conversation we're all going to see as traitors when we go to that guild hall today is a conversation of a warning. And I don't know about you, but we've defended ourselves long enough. If this is Wargin telling us that they're pulling away from something, I think we are willing to stand strong, even if it is through the winter. I've had meat here for days. I've been able to preserve it now with the evolutions that they've given us. I believe that they have helped us out. And maybe this is that turning point. The trader is here to be a person of grounds, a person of equality to many of the people who are affected by Wargin. But he's armored. In my assumption, they're removing the border. And I think that's why they're removing the amount of people that they take with us, because they think that maybe we will attack them for it. We remove the border, and it might end up in a blood brawl. So they've chosen to remove men from the front. That's, to me, what seems logical.
That's not a reasonable assumption. We have posed no threat in our entire existence here.
We have posed threats by many of the people around us, but as a tribe and as a community of people, in my opinion, we have still stood firm in what we are capable of. As we have him running amok. Yes, I understand he might be mental at this point, okay? His mind might be controlled by berries he finds in the woods, but at some point, I must agree, there must be a point that we stand on our 2 feet here. Now, I know, for me, when the conversation started, it might seem like I thought of otherwise, but my honest opinion is I don't think that we will fight Wargin, but I think that they are going to do something drastic to the point that maybe they are going to ask for things back. They are going to attempt to sabotage. Wargin, before we were known, was one of the biggest empires that this realm had ever seen. Now with Luther dead, and the news about the Julius exists, I wouldn't even put a doubt on the mind that they want to go back to that now. I don't want to live in fear of this, but I think it is a reasonable thought. It is at least a possibility to think about. You must agree with me that it is at least a variable.
This is... I pause, try to compose myself. And I say, if the Julius has some involvement in this, there might be some serious consequences to our people. Could we be able to predict that we could stand our ground when our enemy is unknown?
It's like many of us have always said. The more we fight with our people, the more we grow. We've always been more capable than some of the tribes outside. We fought for ourselves once before. We have the people to do it now.
These people aren't fighters anymore.
We can do it. There's no possible way that we would be unprepared enough for something to happen in a blink of an eye, especially if this is the final moment we get our warning.
If this is a possibility, then we need to talk to the rest of the traders.
We will go to the guild hall and we will make it apparent to Wargin, and we will have this conversation with them present. They need to know the types of people that we are, and for us to not just be a group of people that they just keep alive anymore. Luther isn't around. They don't have their king. Mid-journey has passed to the Julius. These are changing times. Something will be done, and we need to make a point out of it ourselves.
I don't want to build any more tombstones.
He looks away for a second, then steps, and he grabs this large, kind of like cleaver knife, and he puts it against your chest with his fit outward. Then don't be home when we take more lives than we claim for ourselves. If you don't want to build them anymore, change your job like I will. I will no longer be a butcher of meat if these times come. And like he said to me, you will need to learn how to kill a man. And he kind of like leaves you to hold the cleaver as he grabs kind of like a set of like hide tools, wraps up, and he picks it up kind of like a long kind of like plank like thing. And he starts and he walks away from the butcher and he heads towards the guild hall. For you, what does this mean? What's going through your mind?
As I look at the cleaver, after so many years having a mullet in my hand, it feels strangely heavy. Like no tool I've ever held in my life. Its balance is strange. It feels unfamiliar to me. Small in my hand, even. I am not willing to take any chances, though. In my mind, there are two possibilities. Maybe three. One, the thing is not what we think it is. Maybe there might be some explanation that might be able to just give a reason to everything that's happening, that maybe we won't be affected by this. Maybe we can get to a peaceful solution. The second possibility is the fact that we are in a dire situation and that we perhaps have time to prepare for this. Maybe make a plan of attack. For me, maybe even a plan of escape. And the third possibility, God gave us strength. I put it behind my rose, hide the cleaver, and direct myself to the guild hall.
Alright. You make your way across the snow. Most of the people are, like I said before, making their ways around. The crowd has thinned as people of skill and trade have made their way to the hall. You can see within people like conjoining outside, and many of you guys, shaking hands and moving through. The man who'd spoken to you before, the buff, the one who's a little bit not mentally all there, he breaches past everybody. He wants to be one of the first people in. He grabs shoulders and moves past until he gets to the door, and the door swings open as he enters this guild hall. Many people standing there, you can see with the opinion of this guy. He might have the right idea to this. For something this uncalled for, unscheduled, to happen, especially in Guildhall. Not a conversation that would be had over by the outdoor bonfire pits or in any of the more higher houses. This is something that's happening in front of many of our people and in front of tradesfolk more than most. You do have, war and soldier people within these trade folks, as your population isn't still huge. And many of you are helping each other. Like I said before, everyone's got a chore one way or another. There's not just one Fletcher. There's technically not much more than one butcher. But most of those people are just side skills that they have eventually learned over the course of time. As you make your way in through these large doors, you see this banquet. A feast has been prepared, and you can see that whatever that butcher had tucked up under his arm, that is what's seemingly becoming the main course. You see some people shaking hands, sitting down. This is a feast that is uncalled for, necessarily. Not under the terms of it's not appropriate, but this is not something that happens over the course of winter time, especially at this point in time. Yes, things have been bountiful, but this is still obviously thrown together late, but thrown together with many of things that to yourself is too many things. This is an overdoings, as you hear people cheering from the corners as they get food. For some, they've never seen this much before. For others, they're moving, large, like, turkey meats from, the leaf falling age of this time. Some are moving, like, deer and other large, like, moose, and other things like that. Anything that these people were able to get their hands on. There's like lines of rabbit across grass and, stuffed with like berry, and other like harvest stuff. Things have been used in the making of this. You can see your chieftain way at the end of the hallway as he stands there, and he's talking to many, but he looks strucken serious out of this moment. He's very focused on an outcome happening one way or another with the concerns of what many people have brought to it. And with that, what's your perception? Natural perception. Unless you want to make a perception check.
I would like to make a perception check.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Alright. I'm gonna go to Dice Channel. Oh my god, I just lost the channel. Here it is.
You're all good. Nat 20! Let's do it! Alright! So, with this in mind, as you examine the area, one of the main things that keeps getting talked about is these dragonborns. And as you look around, you eventually spot these dragonborns standing kind of like towards the end of the table where the chief is, but they are already sitting down. And speaking between themselves in a set of a row, from side to side. They're asking questions. They're moving things from satchels. They're taking things that look like parchment paper, almost, and they're moving from side to side. And in your own visual examination, you can, disclose who's the armor one, and he is using not just normal light armor. He is in plate from shoulder to toe. He is in plate. It is garnished. It looks like it fits, but it does look a little bit oversized, just a tad. Like there's probably some gap in the armor, just of a bit. But you can definitely point out who he is. He's a bit stockier. He stands at probably sitting, you would assume, anywhere between 5'11" to probably 6'2". Somewhere within that gauge. Now, mind you, some grade the horns as extra. But he is a built man. Would you like to make a history check to see if you've ever met this person before? It seems like everybody was kind of gauging whether or not you've met this man, this Dragonborn before.
I was about to ask for that, yeah. Let's see. $14 total. 14
total. Okay. From your memory, you haven't spoken to many Dragonborns before. So it's a little bit easier to bring down, but with the level of armor that you have never seen this kind of armor before, as it is scale-like, it is for Dragonborns, and this is something that you've never really had to see before, you can't really put a finger at it. In your head, you're measuring up to, do I know a Dragonborn who might look like this? But as you can kind of identify from the armor, it does make him seem a little bit different. You are having, I would say, a deja vu of a stranger. You feel like you've seen this stranger before, but you probably have never spoken to this person before.
I see. I want to see, if he has noticed me at all.
With the amount of other traders and people in there, he doesn't immediately doesn't seem to catch your eye. He doesn't seem to notice. He's looked around the room. He's probably scanned over you once or twice, but no recognition of a hey, hello, come have a seat sort of thing, based off of any familiarity that he might have type thing.
I'm getting a bad feeling off of that, as some of the most relatable experience to anyone this tall, you get 1 out of 2 reactions when there's someone as tall as you entering a place and people watch you and don't react. They either 1 are intimidated, or 2, they feel threatened. So I will try to take out some of my garments, get in the heat of the place, get myself a little gentle smile, just doing chit-chat with the others, sort of to blend in a little bit, not really eating. I think my hunger disappeared a couple of minutes ago.
Okay. As you make your way around, you can see that people are starting to take seats. Would you rather sit by the... This is 2 options I'll give you, unless you would kind of want to come up with your other. 2 situations that I would give you is you can either sit by the butcher, in between the butcher and the other more the warrior man that you had spoken to before who stopped you in your walks, Or would you like to sit by the Dragonborn and see if that triggers anything, or see if he talks to you in any manner there?
First of all, I would like
choices
to see what
affected.
I would like to see what he's doing. Is he eating? Is he talking? Is he brooding?
He is not eating meat. He's not eating the meat necessarily. You with your culture, you don't really understand why hasn't gone to that. But he stick to water pitchers, wine, and small grain-like things like bread or kind of like table pickings, sort of. He has meat in front of him, but he has not touched it.
Okay. Could I maybe have a religion check to see if I know of any cult about, people not eating meat?
Religious based?
Religious based specifically.
Religious based specifically, go for it.
All right. Man, another -1. Let's go.
We'll get to the action soon enough.
But 5.
Again, for you not being outside of, the boundaries very much and staying within the community, there's no religion that to you either mentions or for you even makes sense why he would have the food with him, but he'd be picking at many things around the food. It's not in your culture to do. For you, it's if the food is open, anyone's eating at any time sort of thing.
Okay.
But for him, even for a Warganer, this is not something that you've either commonly heard of, and even sometimes where you've been at or you've watched dinners take place, most of the time you would probably assume that they've eaten, like during the beast before either any like big announcement or anything else like that, because most of your people, well, you like to discuss those types of things after the food. So that way everyone's filled and happy to have these conversations type of thing.
As this doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But I still see him, not eating this food. I think I'm going to approach him.
Okay, do you sit down or do you like stand? How would you approach him?
So I would like to sit down, not too close to him, because I feel towering over him would give the wrong impression. So I'm gonna just, pull out the chair and sit down, but not get the chair back in the table.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go. Perhaps the meat is not to your liking. Could I help you with something else?
He looks up and takes a squinted look at you. No, I haven't been much in the mood to I guess, go down and eat. You are calm?
My name is Thorsten Jördensen. Nice to meet you.
You're the mason, or
yes.
cobblesmith? Mason.
I am the mason. That's right.
I've seen you before. I don't believe that we've ever met. Have we?
I was having a strange feeling myself. You seem familiar.
I have seen you before, but I don't believe we've ever made conversation. Shake my hand, sir. And he kind of like leans across the table and kind of like gives you a very firm handshake. He's got a very strong handshake for a trader.
I'm not gonna try to one up him. I'm gonna let him be, the strong one this time.
You're one of the more larger warriors I've seen. But must be impressive for your kind of people. If that's not rude to say.
Oh, it's not.
Okay.
I get that all the time.
Still,
I am confused for a warrior even when I don't intend to.
are you not... Oh, no, I meant height. I meant height was the concerning thing. Are you not a warrior? I was under the impression that all of you are.
We are, but the thing is, one needs to know when to be a warrior and when to be a mason.
That is a fair belief to have. Very fair belief to have.
That's right.
I have a question for you, if this is not too personal once more.
Go ahead.
For you, we come unannounced. Unless you said you were a warrior, so I'm assuming that scouts did not inform you of us as an importance. You see him, he's trying to, like, form the words, as you can tell that he's a very secure man in his words. When he speaks strong. He knows what he needs to say, but when he gets to this kind of question, he leaves it with thought, and he asks you, you do not fear us, yes?
I don't fear anyone. Merely, I fear intentions. But we are not our intentions, and that's something I believe in.
Do you fear the outside world?
As much as anyone.
Get the chieftain's attention. I think this is the time to start. One of the people he's with, kind of get, like I said, better look at him. He's got, like, very leather. He's not as, like, armored up as the trader is. He turns to one of the people passing by. He says, "Excuse me, can you please get the chieftain's attention so we may start the banquet?" One of the people there reluctantly agrees, kind of gives him a very, like, deep look in his eyes. The Dragonborn leans back with kind of just, like, side eye back to the table. And you can see that the trader, as the Viking goes to go get the chief, the armored trader, he takes, he finally takes a bite out of what looks like middle rabbit, sort of. He takes, like, one smooth bite, and then he places it back, and this time, when he placed down his food kind of seemed a little bit more scattered. When he places down the half-bit meat, he tries to be more organized with his plate a little bit.
I want to make a question.
Go for it.
I'm gonna say, how does it taste? Did it leave a bad taste in your mouth?
Your food is going to be one of the better things I think I've ever tasted, and might ever will taste. In full truth, boy. In an honest truth.
That's an honor coming from a traveler.
As the situation kind of, like, dies down and focus up, you watch your chieftain's hand in the air. He is definitely a built out warrior. You have wolf pelt gone over his back like a cape. The front of his body is covered in, like, a leather mixed with chainmail. He is a chief for a reason. He's a very strong built man. He stands a bit taller than you are, categorized as what feels like a giant to some people. But he did not get his chieftain just simply by being born into it. This man definitely looked like, if the blood birth said chieftain, then boy is he going to look like one. As he, like, waves his hand, you can hear one of the Dragonborns lean over to the trader and goes, "He looks like a human Zenvesta when he was alive." And the trader turns to him and goes, "Let's hope that we can come to an agreement like we did with him, when we're all still alive." And the chieftain raises his hand, extends it towards the dragonborn, and goes, unannounced to our parts of land. We have no quarry with you, but you bring less and less every time. Less wagons, less horses, less people, less weapons. Now you come with only 4 of you. Is this about something more? And the Dragonborn trader, he turns to the chieftain. We had asked for something like this to happen because of a latest inquiry. He stands up. He's about like 6'2"-ish. Very like long in size that you can kind of like tell. And as he stands, he gets a booklet and scrolls through the pages until he gets to a point where he stops and he holds his hand up and he holds it kind of like this. He's like trying to get everybody's attention, and he leans his finger forward and points to your Fletcher. According to the documents that I have contained in my booklets here, you have been doing much better for yourself in your own book lists, and many of you don't keep track, so this is a very opinion-based. I assume this for the butcher, and he points down the line to where the butcher and other man are. They seem to give him a more side-eye look, as they believe that he's kind of assuming of them, maybe. And then he gets to you and says, and Cobbler, we have seen much progress from you all in nature. And you can see that in his confidence, he is still worried about the sentence that is going to come out of his mouth. And he turns to the chieftain and he says, my counsel after our king's death has been running through much of what we are reliant on. With the roar and civil war with the Yulis, and with the help of the Dalbekin Triumvirate, and the new islands of Narok, and the issues going on with the United Republic of the Kugaman, we have reasons to believe that we are not able to help your people anymore. And with that sentence, it rattles up a stir within many of the people there. The new denial of aid becomes somewhat problematic for the people here, and it becomes a little bit of a issue in the conversation. He tries to nullify out, we have been brought to the belief that many of you are doing good for yourselves, and the progress has continued. We wish to lesser our visits to you. The chieftain goes, so what is this about? Abandoning us in terms of trade? Is that what this truly is? The Wargin trader goes, I promise it is only for the sake of trade. The removal from the border will not happen for a while, and the person who was more paranoid immediately jumps up from his chair, and the table shoves forward, moving most of the people down the line with his strength, and goes, for now, you claim that there is a time of removal. When is this to happen? And the trader, no, not of a time close. Understand that this is just this is a situation for now. We are just removing of trade route. Go ahead.
I'm going to get up and just with my heavy hands just pound the table, and I'm going to say, gentlemen,
the entire
patience
room
and composure
rests at a quiet after your kind of like authoritative order of the peace between both sides.
I am going to look at them and I'm going to say, the footprints in the snow these men have walked to get here have not yet been erased by winter. Don't treat them like enemies when they're doing nothing else but informing us. Please, just give them a chance to speak.
The man steps up. The warrior, he stands, he steps away from the table, he gives you a look that you both kind of like stare each other down, but it's enough to get him to calm down. He doesn't want to sit at the table anymore, however. He backs up and he stands close to one of the wooden pillars, as he kind of like leans against it with his hands kind of like tucked in to like a belt that, you know, that's in his hide that kind of like sits and works as a belt, as the guard of like knives and stuff would like sit in. He sits there and he keeps his thumb in, and the Dragonborn trader, he comes to you and goes, "Thank you."
I'm not going to give him back a nice look. I'm going to look at him signaling. You better say what you have to say fast.
He kind of gets the feel of that, probably not entirely, but he sees where you're kind of leaning. He turns to the chief. For a minimum. Chief murmurs a minimum, as he gives him this kind of like almost wild and feral look towards him. The trader says, a minimum of 4 more winters without direct trade. Our people are having such a situation that we require some of the needs that we are given, and since your people do not use the same currency system as we do, we need to remove the amount of trade that we have. If you feel welcome to come to the border, the soldier in the background, he slams his fist against the wall. It kind of like shuts up the trader for just a moment before he turns to the chieftain and goes, "If you please come to the border, if you have any further issues after discussed today, I promise to discuss this situation further with you, but we are having a recession within our own people." And the chieftain says, "That it sounds like an irresponsibility with your own, doesn't it?" The trader says, "What?" The chief comes back at him, and you can tell that this is more of an attitude. "Your people cannot handle themselves anymore. You can't approach a situation without us. Isn't that right?" The Dragonborn says, "That is not the case that I am explaining to you. Your warriorness. We are simply..." Interrupted. "You cannot handle a war within another tribe. That's what's going on. The Julius has kept you on a toes since the moment they left. You divided the barrier of this imaginary Skylabia, you called it, because your king had a so-called vision. Is that what this is about? Your mentally ill king had a vision from demons about this land, with men with wings and everything else. So we've seen a lot from your kind. But you already knew that that was something to take. He was senile when he told these stories about these people. Dear folk, elf, a man of shark kin, traveled with for so long. And you know by history, his blood sister, if that's what we are to call a daughter of Daishi, by your own faith, his sister lost her mind, killed herself over that sort of situation. You know what you are getting yourself into. And you have lost our need a long time ago. But you are way too afraid of carrying away. The traitor is a bit scared of this situation. He feels like he's in a more threatening environment than when he entered. Is there anything that do you enter into this conversation at all? Do you let it continue and see where this is heading?
I want to intervene and say, does any of this ring true? What intentions do you have during this time? Are you really going to abandon us?
We do not plan on abandoning anyone in this situation. When Luther came here 100 years ago, it was under the deeds of truth. I plan to speak the same mind. Please understand what another nation is going through. We cannot...
You understand. Together is the only chance out of this.
We will get more of your people killed than our own. This is... And then immediately butt in your friend of a kind shouts out from the crowd. So there is a problem to worry about. Blood is on the doorstep of our border, and you cannot resist the need to abandon, to claim more lives of your own than us. You cannot deem yourself responsible, unlike I, who have seen many of our friends die at the hands of the Julius and many more tribes that you weren't there to even see fit in doing. The traitor comes back, or one of the traitors who are there, stands up immediately and goes, that was not a problem deemed by us. Our government made an agreement with yours to make sure that would never turn a stone. We were not to affect anything of what you did. We were simply here for trade. And your friend jumps back, the butcher. He says, then be here for trade. Why is there such a problem? If there is no war, then cannot person trade item for item? There is something more to be spoken about, the trader in armor says. There is nothing more to be spoken about. This is simply a trade issue. No one would be sent but us. You must believe me.
I'm going to interrupt and I'm going to say, we need to know if you're trading in friendship, in allegiance, or you're trading in war. Because this country is not more yours than any of us. We are all part of it, and we should all defend it together. Why are you excluding us? Do you think your deaths of your people won't affect us?
This is a new time. If something is to happen, it is not that it will not be affected. I do not believe that your people are fit for this situation. You deem that we are not capable? Unblasphemic to me. Your people have fed with stone the same as us. We are not in that age anymore. The world outside of this border has evolved further. Your people have not. And that case, makes everybody go quiet. Go ahead.
In that case, why don't we catch up together? We are no dumber than any of your soldiers. We're no any smarter than any of you. I believe that if we make a choice of trading some of our forces, some of our men, to go out into the world, we can help you trade. We can get out of this altogether. Chief, this doesn't have to be a conflict between ourselves. We don't need to eliminate each other before they do anything to us. We still have time to make something out of this that isn't regressive for both of us, where we both don't have to lose.
So this isn't about trade, then? not all of it. We were seeing it as a first step. Please understand where we are coming from. We do not want to put your people in danger. That is the point.
You have already put our people in danger. We are in danger as we speak. You are not protecting us. And yet, you also refrain from helping us.
We have plans to hold the border. We do not plan on abandoning it.
We don't require you to hold the border. We require you to help us be as capable as you say you are. If you truly are what you say, then our forces will become your own. And our forces will become our own. We can resist. What is the problem? Why can't we build?
I asked the chief for a moment alone with my people outside. May I get this pardon? The chief looks down.
I'm gonna look at the chief with a very stern look. Can I intimidate him?
Yes, go for it.
+2. This is doable, people.
This is doable. We're on the right track here now.
I'm making this so much longer than I should. 11.
11. Okay. He's not very easily intimidated. You seem to have something to say, Thorn. Speak your mind. As one of the people that was supposed to be seen. Say what you believe.
I thought we were people of change. Not people of destruction. The only thing we will be protecting is our own stubbornness if we continue down this path. Please. We have other ways. You must know that.
The Dragonborn turns from you to the chieftain and says, as a gold for recession, and by my request, I offer at least one final trade as a contest of to my word. Understand the seriousness of this issue. Take this item and understand and know that what I say here, I deem as honesty. I deem as warning. I deem a need. And I deem for you to understand why I say what I say. And he takes from his satchel, unravels it from a parchment of paper, and he takes out this small obelisk-shaped black stone with ruins of a much older civilization like yours, but it seems to be for you. You don't really know where to place it from the distance that you have. I offer this piece for you to hold either for now or forevermore as a loyalty gift until we reserve back with our response in a few hours' time. You hold this as something that we need ourselves. I am the only one who whoever found it and safeguarded it, I need to make you understand that by this gift, it is done under trust. So by this requirement of trade, I am saying it is done under trust.
I will
give this
the
chieftain.
I will fairly begrudgingly just take this thing and just look at it for a second and say under my breath, may your actions reflect your intentions. Because that's the only thing I'm afraid of right now. I turn back.
As you turn around, do you take this stone piece in hand?
I want to see, is it like a jewel, a crystal, a sedimentary?
It is.
What is it?
What I mean by like obelisk is it stands as roughly like the size. It's about like yay big, roughly about the size of probably like half of your arms. It's your pretty long, but it sits at about from like elbow to wrist in length. It is relatively thick in diameter. It is shapen by sharp, like triangular shape, kind of like more crystal-esque looking. The middle of it is covered, like you said before, with these ruins of much older age, it seems. And like if I were to describe this to you off of something that maybe your character would be like aware of, it kind of looks like a really oversized, like the mallet nail almost.
Yes.
If like the back end of that mallet nail for your time was not like a firm like stop point like of iron. Instead, if that the shape at the end of it was the same shape as the shape on the back end of it where that hammer point would be.
All right. So it's sort of like prism shaped.
Yeah.
I'm going to... Okay. I assume that I don't see a lot of magic around here, but I am aware that it exists, at least in some way.
Mm-hmm.
I have never worked with, like, stones that are imbued with magic at all. Is this looking like something that was crafted with hands?
Give me an Arcana check. Or Arcana.
Not too bad. It's not too bad.
11. Okay, 11.
No, it's not that's not the roll.
Oh, sorry. For some reason it didn't load your last roll for me, so I was kind of like confused for a second. You were looking at your modifier, okay.
17 total.
For a stone like this, you've worked with a kind of like a granite that this looks like. And it looks like would be one of these granites. It looks like it would be like heavy, very like balanced out in weight. But when you hold it, the center of the stone is light. It is almost weightless at the middle. You could hold it with your finger, but if you attempted to hold it by one of these ends, it feels like you're holding like one of the back ends of your pot, like your large like cauldron style pots. Almost. It's weighted at the ends, but not the middle. And for a moment, you would assume that this would be balanced purpose. But if you put two hands on it, it's like a level of weight, like dilates up and down throughout the thing outside of that middle point, to the point where it's not necessarily gone to the terms of it's like balanced, where it's like all the weight will go one direction. It feels as if while holding this, somebody has two hands on the outside and they're pushing it down on the outsides of it. It's like a very weird weight pattern to what it feels like itself.
As soon as I touch it, I'm gonna, because I'm turned back, like I'm getting my back to the trader.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna look at it with a very strange expression. Like I am very strange, and I wanna direct my gaze towards the chief, so that he knows that this is not usual. Just giving him the... And then I walk towards him. And before I hand it to him, instead of placing it in his hand, I drop it so that he can feel the weird weight enacting as it falls on his hand.
As it drops in his hand, like... as he, like, passes it from one hand to another and, like, places it at the side of this kind of, like chair, like, throne, like, of stiff wood. He kind of, like, using his hand, he, like, runs his hands across the ruin as he, like, stares forward, you know, at the trader, but then back, just, like, eyes centered to the table, kind of, like, off-center on, as he's just feeling these grooves and like, this odd weight to the stone. He finally speaks and he says, "Have them be dismissed for now, but I want to see them soon back in here because I want an answer now."
Yes. And if you allow me, I want to be the one to dismiss them.
Please.
Thanks, Chief. I turn around and give a knowing smile to the Dragonborn behind me. Gentlemen.
They nod and he places his head at the table as the rest of the Dragonborn begin to, like, stand up, and anything that they had placed down by the side of them, they pick up. As they do, a couple of other of your people stand up and watch them like ravens leave the room. Some don't move from the door and become an obstacle for these people as they make their way out and leave into what's now becoming a more dim light age in sunset and time.
I won't even try to appease my people. I feel for them. I'm just going to make sure that no one's trying to do anything stupid as they make their way out.
As they make their way out, you can see that the warrior that spoke to you before, he's itching for something to happen, for something to start. There's in looking at him, there's a mixture between being ready for something to happen and almost as ready to start something too. And it looks like he's holding himself back from something, and the type of person who's he's looking for an excuse to just do something.
I want to look at him and just go, wisdom. And just continue walking. And I want to put trust in him that he won't do anything.
Your trust is to your own. It is up to you as a player to see what you trust in him, how you feel about what maybe a next move is, but he does allow them to... He doesn't stop. He doesn't follow them outside. He leaves them to leave, and a couple people start making their way down the table towards the chieftain. One of the Dragonborns, while leaving, however, he turns and he looks you in the eye. Give me an insight check.
Right now, Chief. 4.
4. Ooh, that didn't feel good to you. That's not how things work here. For you, the look he gives, you can't really catch, but out of a conversation like that, and the kind of like look, like he kind of just, you know, as he's leaving out the door, he kind of goes like, and for you that doesn't sit right, and as well as for the chief, and he turns to you and goes, you know, like his tongue pressing against his lip, and at like the tip of his teeth, he, you know, waving like kind of like one of like the wooden goblet like cups that you guys have. He kind of gives you instruction. Follow them. See what we're up to. And if this is the real thing. I'll just ask you to keep track of them. Since you're not capable of killing a man.
I am going to, like, with some hesitation, just realize that I can't shake this doubts from myself and just say, I will do what's necessary, Chief.
Just stick around and have a conversation. Make sure they don't leave. And
I will.
Know what side you're on. You should know better than to do this. And he leaves you. That the way that the chief has gone about this situation.
Could I say something under my breath?
Go for it.
I would say the same.
Yeah. So the way that your chief has gone about this situation is very common for him. He's a warrior at heart. And he does kind of have that sneaky attitude of, you know, the trigger man sort of thing. So that's very common for him, and you can see that throughout most of that conversation. He's very much of a trigger man, and that's something that you note about him for a while. But he asks you to basically keep track of them, stay with them, basically, and see where they go.
I am not mad at him because what he did, because I understand where he's coming from. But I feel mad at him because he basically told me, don't betray us. That's how I got it.
Yeah, I completely understand that point too. Do you make your way outside to follow the Dragonborn?
I will start following them at a certain distance. I will not try to make myself hidden.
Okay. As you follow them and they make their way outwards, the population of outside, as per scene, has kind of began that decreasing nature of less and less people almost every time you've gone, you know, in and out of a building of sorts. And that's very natural. Again, people are tucking in for the night. You guys aren't very, like, night active people. When the sun's up to the sun down, that's how it works for your people. So this is definitely, like, a natural thing to see. As they make their way back, they don't seem to be going anywhere suspicious at the moment. They return to a set of horses, but no drawn carriage. So this wasn't for trade, this was for discussion. These were just a set of, you know, horses with people on their backs to just bring a message of some kind. As he stands there, he removes a satchel, tells the three to wait for a moment, because they're both all for. There's no real saying whether or not they're leaving, but based off of how your passive insight checks, there's no saying what they're doing right now. While they stand there, you watch as one takes out a map and hands it to the trader. He takes a very deep look at it and gives out a sigh as he asks for a pencil and a calendar. As you can kind of like tell from this notice. As he reaches over, he uses the saddle. You can see that he takes like a deep thought and thinking to this before he begins writing. And I will have them roll. There's a first roll by the DM. I will have them roll to see if they notice you. I guess we'll go off of like a passive. We'll say like you're not trying to be hidden. So what would you say is like healthy for that? You want to go like a 10?
I would say so.
About a 10 or so? Okay.
Large dude, not trying to hide.
Yeah, so let's see what we get here. 18. So they do notice you. Finally. They see you, and they turn to the trader, as it seems to be. He's kind of like the head of most of them. And in Dragonborn, do you speak Draconic?
I don't think I do. Let me check. No, I don't.
In Draconic, they converse a sentence, and he turns around and he looks up at you, and he takes his paper and he folds it around the pen before he puts it in his back pocket, and he says to you, "May I speak with you? Please, we mean no harm."
How long do we really have?
Please come and speak with us.
I walk closer. Feeling the cleaver under my belt. I'm afraid that I might need to do something.
They don't identify that immediately. Passive perception that they have wouldn't see you keeping that relatively concealed, for the most part. As you make advances towards them, he says another sentence in Draconic before turning to them, and he turns back to you and says, "With these words, like I said before, I plan on being genuine. I do not mean on lying, deceiving of any kind to you or your people. You must understand. May I show you a drawing?"
Go ahead.
And he asks for, he reaches his hand across his horse to one of the other Dragonborns, and he grabs a piece of paper that he kind of like, takes a second or two to unfold. He looks at it up and down, a little bit before handing it to you. The drawing itself, not a photo, the drawing itself shows a axe laid in what looks like a tomb with chains covering it from side to side. It lays on top of what looks to be a coffin of some kind. Or some type of pedestal, maybe. They say to you, "Our Lord has been dead for many years. Luther was the one thing that kept Wargin together for as long as it did. And even then, it still ended up in the divide between the Julius and Wargin. We can't stop what the Julius believes, we understand that. But the concern that Luther had before his passing was he didn't want us to go to war with each other ever again. We've done civil wars, your people have seen it maybe during your time or before then. Your people have fought in those wars before, but we cannot ask this of you again. This is not abandonment. We are trying to protect your people. The world outside has grown dangerous. The evolution of fantasy and our life has changed. Before, we were only in the inventions of ships and some advancements when our Lord Luther was still alive, but now we have reached a point where we can create death from distance, and it is not from stone anymore. As he says that, he takes from the other side of his horse and reaches over, and you hear a grapple of a item with like sand, it sounded like, in it, and in metal. As he pulls it over, and he shows it to you. Give me an investigation check to see if you know what this might be or have ever seen this before. And I'll go over the table or under the table on what you might be able to receive from this knowledge.
Two.
You have never seen this before in your life. This machine of an item is something you have never seen before. A long wooden plank sat under what to you looks like iron in a circular shape is mounted on top, strapped by more straps of steel on top of it. A lever sits at the back as a small tendon sits between a large curved piece of iron as it connects to the back. Your people have never seen things like these before. Over the table, as something as a player to know versus what your character knows, this is a musket.
I know.
Okay, sorry. I don't know if I described that correctly. I thought I did, but sometimes people would be like, I thought it was a battle axe.
Don't worry.
Last time I did that, everybody was like, I thought it was just like a long axe. I'm like, no, I meant it to be like, it's that. So.
Okay. I'm going to look at it and say, is this a tool?
This is not just equipment to a man. Without magic, this still casts death.
Ow.
May we leave at a distance from your people. I do not want to demonstrate and be made a threat from something like this. I know your wisdom. You have said it before yourself. Trust me and follow me just at a distance. It is loud. It has the mouth of a dragon as it breathes fire the same as one. And I should know.
I will quietly nod.
He nods to the others and says for the three of them to stay. Stay here. He's going to go with you. And he makes a distance away. You don't go like miles out, obviously. But you take probably a decent walk away from where you are standing now. As he takes you out there, he takes a cloth from the inside, and he pours black powder into the top of it, before taking a kind of like what seems to be like kind of like a very like straightforward folded up stick, kind of like almost like a puppet's arm, really. As he takes it out with like a foam piece at the end, he undoes it. You hear kind of like a not a click, but the two pieces of firmness go together, and he stuffs it down. As he says to you, we are not worried, thinking that you as people are physically capable of this, but this is what the Dalbekins attempted to warn us about. We had used this. We were used as victims to this before Luther's age during the Great War, well over 300 years ago. It stayed hidden. There was no other involvement other than Dunslear's technological advancements. But now, since we have traveled the oceans, finding new land, we have needed new things to protect us. They have taken these things called cannons, and they have reduced them. These were seen around the time that I have, but they were not used with the same power as when I was younger. And he stands there, lifting up the front of it. He goes and he purchased this, solid, back point against his shoulder. And he leans forward and clicks this all the way back. And he, like, with his hand, not in like a rude way, but he kind of like has you like make distance from where he is, as he points it to the wilderness. You see that he's looking, and he tries to find something, and he eventually finds like a small, not small, he's relatively probably larger, but he finds a hare moving through the bushes, and he takes a second, and you can see that in his eyes, it's the eyes of an archer. He's looking at this with focus. He's taking aim at this small hare. And as you watch him intently, you watch as slowly he squeezes this lever. And in an instant, in an almost surprise, you hear a crack of a flame started and
I immediately cover my ears and as the sound deafens me.
A round lifts out of the cannon as you watch this absolute cloud of smoke with one burst of fire that felt like it was less than even seconds for what you know as time. Left faster than an arrow, you watch as the side of this hare gets blown open wide, almost dividing this rabbit in like it takes a number to this small creature. And you have already seen today what the number of what an arrow can do to hide as your wife has shot 2 arrows into a deer. This is a weapon with range, but this isn't like taking a arrow anymore where you can just remove it from you or have somebody take out the arrow. This item is made to stop people, not just hinder them and let them progress until they fall over dead. For you, the image that you get from this is by being hit with an item like this, this stops you where you are standing. And you go no further than this. And he lifts up the gun, and he blows away, and he takes like kind of like the handkerchief he has before, cleans off the top, and he shows you the napkin, and there is a circle of like burned powder kind of like sitting in the middle, and he goes, "This is no spell. This is no magic. This is the evolution of our kind. I warn you because your people are not at this point yet."
I'm gonna lick my finger, touch it.
As you smell it, for you, it remanates of like very like gone to town flint. You know, when you've tried making fires and other things like that, or use your masonry, it smells like a rock that has been gone to town on, chipped away, and it is still in your mouth. It's hot.
I'm gonna, as it stings, I sneer at it and look at him. You have taken the fire out of the bowels of the earth.
Most of the world has not brought themselves to this point yet, but even the Dalbekins themselves are questioning. The progression of this, it cannot be overseen by cultural matters anymore. Your people stand by your culture, and we, as Wargin, we appreciate that. As you are one of the last and oldest living groups of your kind still alive, we do not ask for any more. We simply just remove and trade so that way you are not affiliated. If something goes wrong, we still stand in front of you and protect your people. Most of the world doesn't know you are here. We don't need you getting into a fight that for us we know you can't win.
I'm going to pause, and I'm going to say, may I ask you your name?
I was told not to give a name to anybody while I was here. I was simply just a trader. Again, you must understand. But between
Hear
us,
me out, traitor of Wargin, traitor of war. This morning, my youngest, he struck me with the ferocity of a bear. His mother would always reprimand him, and I would watch as he runs away from her punishment. I would watch as he evades the consequences of it, of how he attacks, and then meets the fate of his choices. But I still let him jump at me, because I know that the more he moves, the more heat is kept in his body during this ruthless winter. You are mistaken.
I'm not.
Was not the king who kept outsiders from invading this region. It was us. Without us, the king has no one to protect, to even know about this place. I'm not asking you to take us into the lines, into the malls of these things that spit fire. All I'm asking you is to give my people a purpose other than a sword and a shield. If you come here saying that we will face war, it is foolish of you to think that will stop them from thinking they can win. And a humble mason can only build their tombs when they realize they were mistaken. Do you understand me now?
I ask, how many stones do you have? we're going to take a break. The Dragonborn has deeply underestimated your people at a more obvious point. But at the same time, there could be a thought that he might have a point to make. The damage that happened to the animal in front of you is nothing of it's a significant that you've seen before. Rocks thrown from catapults do damage that looks similar now to this on some occasions. It's like watching a small boulder be thrown at any point with simply just a small pull of a finger. Being of your people, you've grown up with arrows. Your daughter showed you a bow of which could be used for hunting and of defense of your people. But this will do a lot more damage than a bow. It is louder. It is more intimidating than a bow. And it releases the same. Your character rests with a mentality and an opinion about what this means in your own terms. What would those be?
That for the first time in a long time, I have witnessed something that I am not sure it could be built by any of us. I feel regretful, frustrated at my own ability for identifying the moving pieces of that object. I feel frustrated at my limited education. Perhaps if I was smarter, perhaps if I had a keener eye for these kinds of things, I would have been able to go back with an idea. But right now, the only idea that is crossing my mind is, how do I get my family out of this?
The Dragonborn interrupts your thought as it kind of like fades off, and he says, please at least help me make the chieftain understand to a point. Even if we come to an agreement when we send political figures here to better cease into what this is, if no cannot be an answer from your people, at least help me make your chief understand where I am coming from. I am a tradesfolk, same as you. I might not be as strong as a warrior, but this is something that I am terrified of. I fear for my own life with weapons like these. My people have barely evolved to this creation outside of our cannons. We are still attempting to make finite versions of these in a smaller form. We call them flintlocks. Your people are still with sticks and arrows. You have evolved to iron for your swords and your spears and your shields made of cast. But these can obliterate any shield held against it. At least help me make them understand where I come from in this worry. And if we can at least come from a partial conclusion where I can return to my nation and tell them what your chieftain has chosen to do, and it allows them to make their return in peace for a better discussion. Help me help you, your family, your friends that you have here, the life that you have made in this culture. Do not let it burn to ash.
There is no helping my chief. My chief would rather die 1,000 times a warrior than a coward. I know so. I have seen it. Therefore, he may not be chief anymore. Not if I can help avoiding the destruction of my people.
You had faith in that conversation that there were other ways to go about this. If Wargin cannot openly have anything relationship with you in the seams of trade to keep you as removed from the public eye as possible, from our nation's regime, with our United Realms, at least do you have an idea of an option that maybe I could bring to my higher-ups and your higher-ups would understand as well?
The first idea that comes to mind is becoming a higher-up myself.
Is that possible with your position? I don't understand how you're... Okay then, so...
Listen. I believe that based on this new technology, we don't have many possibilities of withstanding siege from an enemy this powerful. And unless we all want to end up as prisoners or slaves, we need to get into an arms race. We may not be the most modern or capable warriors, but you have seen our houses. You have seen our buildings. You use our tools. You know, we are very capable artisans. Find us the blueprints, any sort of clue. We have the stones. We have the minerals.
It takes months to move that level of traffic up to where you are now. The only way that this is an acceptable choice, why I believe that this would make sense to me, it will. I want you to take my word for that. It makes sense to me. But it means that if we are to do this,
we need to evacuate.
You need to come to Wargin. We will put you at least on an outer city, but you need to leave this behind. Your people are not worth sacrificing for a place of land. We can win the land back. We've done it before. But we need your people.
Could you help providing us with at least salt to keep our rations as we travel south?
I can get wagons here in 3 weeks' time, mid-December. I can have at least 24 full-size wagons ready to travel the wilderness and take you and your people in a caravan to where we are. You will have salt, you will have all preserves for the things that you require. I will
and
only
we'll
ask...
have the roaring wind of December's winter on our shoulders.
We can't make you wait any longer. Day by day, we ourselves feel threatened by the things going on outside of our nation. And unless we want to declare war, there is no extra territory we can have. It is either December or never.
Listen. I think something might be done to execute that plan.
Okay.
I'm going to take that prey. Could you give me a bit of that powder, just a pen's worth?
And he goes into his pocket and he grabs a horn. It looks like a ram's horn to you. He grabs a horn and he gives it to you. This is a seal on the end. Do not pour it unless outside. It works as an explosive. It is impact on how this powder functions. It is made in take your flint and your steel when you make your fires. And if you spark a light to this powder of any kind, it will push away all around it with the force of gods. Keep it in the horn. Do not lose it, because this is the biggest piece of evidence that we have to the outside world.
I will keep it with me.
And he holds the bottom of the horn to you, as he gives it. I will be back in 1 month. That is on my word and nobody else, as a world's trader, not by government, not by leader. I will be back with wagons in December for your people. When you return, tell them to pack their things, pack whatever it takes, grab as many resources as they find. We will find a way to make sure that it is collected in our wagons. If not, we will on the spot find some way to create tow blankets for your things. We will use some of your animals to help move this. There is a lot that we can do, but we need our time. And I promise you, even with the ice of winter being in almost full swing, this is our only option. If we plan on leaving here alive for both of us, I need your word as well to have your people ready.
If you want my word, then I want your name.
He extends his hand, to you to grab it once more, and he gives you a very reassuring kind of like wrist-to-wrist grab. This is a lot more formal for him.
This time...
And you can see that it is a lot more serious. Go ahead.
This time, I will squeeze as a warrior.
When he reaches forward and he grabs your hand, he tells you... Where'd it go? He tells you his name and says, I will go by many names if you find me in Wargin and I am not here myself in December for whatever happens. But if you arrive at Wargin one day, go anywhere around this great nation and say my name, and somebody will be there for you. Kestik. So it's Kes, K-E-S-T-I-K. Spelled Kesik. Sorry, Kesik. The T's kind of silent.
Alright. Kesik. Right?
Yep.
Right. I will say... May our gods bless you by honeying your morsels and give you the strength of 1,000 bears. Friend Keswick.
He gives you a very long head bow down before looking back up to you. May who you believe in be the right God for all of us.
I'm going to give him a knowing nod. Take the horn, but also I'm gonna take the rabbit with me.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put it in a cloth. And head back to my town.
Okay. As you do that, Keswick returns to his men, and he in the conversation before you leave, the way that I at least saw it, I want to make sure this is clear, is that he is leaving now to return in December, and he is not coming back into the hall.
Yes.
Okay, sweet. All right. I want to make sure that I have that for later. Okay. In that case, from there, you make your way back. The long stride is one of thought. It is what feels like a long venture back in. You watch as they leave on horseback, and instead of riding away, he sits there for a moment on his horse. He sits on a very bulky, like, troughed horse, one used for basically cattle and basic distance travel. Not really built for the winter, but he's made sure that the horse itself is, warm as he can make it. As he turns, as the three walk ahead, he turns and he turns from the horse, kind of facing you sideways, and turns towards you to face you directly. As the horse obeys the pull of the rein. And he watches you with almost a worrying hope as you make your way closer and closer to the hall, waiting until you go inside.
I will feel in the back of my neck for the first time in 15 years. The cold of the winter, giving me shivers as I open the door.
You make your way back inside, and nobody is seated the way that they were before. They are all huddled at the back of the hall around the chief as he stands there. And as you approach inside, you hear people grabbing for things in a quick and a jolted motion until they realize it's you. You can hear the grabbing of long sticks that are attached to steel and iron as they turn to you quickly until they realize it's you, and they go, "Oh, it's the Mason. We're all right for now," is kind of the murmuring you hear around as you make your way through the front. Your chieftain with grain ale and wine, both sitting in front of him. He throws his hands to you.
I enter with both items, one in each hand.
You get that ram's horn from that tiny little bunny?
I've come with a vision.
Tell us what's been given to you. Maybe we'll understand.
Do you know the ways of sorcery?
Seen it once or twice.
You have touched the obelisk with your own hands. You know, it's not usual. These people have been trading with things beyond natural.
What does this have to do with why they were here?
They've come with a vision of destruction. One that I am now certain we cannot defend against. And I have proof for anyone with eyes and a heart. I'm gonna show them the rabbit, and I'm gonna show the clean hole surrounded by burns in the middle of a winter. I'm gonna show them the hole with the exact same size in the other side of the animal. This rabbit was killed from over 60 paces of distance with an unknown weapon that swallows metal and spits fire. It's not sorcery. It is something made by man, something greater than any arrow or bow that I have seen. And I brought it with me. A taste of what is to come. I take a little bit of the powder from the horn and I show it to the chief as I get to his side, close to the fire. And then I throw it in the fireplace.
You toss it into the flames as it makes like an eruption of kind of like sparks and ignites to kind of like push the fire a little bit more. Many of the Vikings kind of take like abrasive steps back, not like in like fear, but kind of just like in more of like a warrant of like a lean back from the distance of flame. And he says, "A druid can make any fire higher because of mineral."
This is not a wildfire. This fire is contained within the grain, and it can be channeled through a tube no bigger than a flask, no longer than an arm. And take this force and concentrate it within the eye of a needle. And do that to an animal.
Do you fear Wargin, Mason?
This is not from Wargin.
Is that what they told you? I have all rights to believe that there is no outside world further than the barbaric barrier that they have told us to stay behind. You tell me, does it make any sense for our people to sail any further south than what we have now? We have seen beyond the ice, and they have told us to go no further. Why does a nation hide us? They do not tell us truth. They lie.
Have you seen anything like this before? And I ask that to everyone listening. Have our druids ever built something like this? Do you have any idea of how we could defend against something that can kill us from a mountain?
I don't fear Wargin or their magic, no matter how far they might cast it. I don't fear a warlock, a cleric, any of them. My people have killed many of them before.
It will not make a difference just because they use a different ritual than we.
I'm but a layman, Chief. I am no warlock. I am no sorcerer. And yet I am capable of this. With their craftsmanship. Every soldier, for what we know, is capable of this. Are we sure we want to entertain a conflict against a legion of people capable of that? Would you send your kids, your children, to war against a threat that can stop them cold where they stand, that they cannot see?
Your words test your chief to the point where eventually he stands up and gets close to you, looking you eye to eye at almost an equal height again, and looking you dead in the eyes.
You know what I think, Mason? I have only few things to say to somebody who plays with stones. Kick rocks till smooth. Then I will have the same faith as you. Till then, my people will die when I tell them to die. They will live when I instruct them to live. For we as people do not fear anything coming our way. Leave.
The only thing I fear is your blindness, Chief.
Then I'll ask an elder for wisdom.
If this is the wisdom you're willing to give to the people, then perhaps we really are as behind as they say.
A stillness falls.
Go ahead.
If you must instruct these people to die, then so be it. However, if anyone feels any pain for their families, for their people, if anyone thinks that there's more to this world than dying in a pointless conflict, then I am open if they seek my counsel.
The room lays quiet. All eyes focus on your position as they examine you up and down. With what you would probably be able to assume from this situation is that they have been listening to what the chief has to say. And they are very without information. But mind you, these are raiders. These are people born with the mentality that they will fear nothing. And they believe that victory will come even in death. That if they die, someone will come forth and kill for them and many more because of them. But what they do not understand is that this is a weapon that threatens all of them. It does not threaten simple folk. It does not threaten the warriors by themselves. You can tell that this is meant for something more. And for that, the wisdom is not taken. You hear as your chieftain raises both of his hands and with both raised to the sky, he pulls out two small hatchet-like tomahawk axes, raises them up, and leaves out a blood-curdling scream to the rest of everybody else in the hall, which they repeat back with the same level of volume. Your message has fallen on deaf ears, sadly. Maybe encouragement can be used later. But for now, as long as this is the mentality towards this, the chief does not care. And neither do the people. He looks down at you with a facial message that means dismissed or leave.
I'm going to just turn back and not even look at anyone. Just get out of there.
You turn your back, you make your way through, as many of them are shouting and screaming about this new found mentality towards this movement, and you cannot fathom this blindness to even question and have this conversation with these people, and why they can't even listen to at least a different thought. They are so one-minded in this case that as you leave the door, you make your way out into the sun-setted snow as darkness breaches the hills, and over the far left side of the far right side of the lake in front of you. You make your way out. Where are you heading?
I am heading to the butcher's shop.
Okay. As you make your way over there, you eventually come to the front. One torch sits at the outside as he is still in the rest of the, as he is still in with the rest of the other, tribal people in the town hall. He is not here. What do you choose to look at or do?
I will just take my animal with me. What I brought. Perhaps some herbs and spices. Carry it with me home.
You make your way.
And, I was gonna say, I'll see my way into. Maybe there's like a mine nearby, somewhere where I could find a fine piece of stone.
There are rocks. If you go even just a little bit east towards, a little bit west towards the side of the mountains, there are ore reserve kind of like boulders that your people have been chipping away at for a while, that you would know as a mason from moving.
I don't need any ores. Don't need any minerals. I want to take just the most ordinary one. One seasoned by this place. One that reflects the people that I saw in the hall.
You find a rock with one flat end. Looking at it head on, it looks like a mountain, but if you turn it to the side, it is flat and it is straight up. You can see the progression of what looks like a mountain from a distance with the chips in this stone you find. It looks like a mountain from bottom up, as it almost sits in a nice like L shape, kind of like that. One side of it is chipped away, kind of like almost like it fell and cracked in half. This was a bigger stone before, but it seems firm on the one side and raggedy, ridgy, like a mountain at the tip. It looks like half of a arrowhead. If you were to look at it like arrow point off to the side, this side wouldn't exist.
I will then just head home with it. Not much else.
As you make your way back to your house, you can smell from the outside, some stuff kind of being made up, but for the most part, it's a pretty still outside, since most of the people are either in hall or they are home flogging stuff and making things. As this is kind of like almost like a crafting arrow for some people. As almost all the time feels like progression and work. As you make your way to the home, however, and you enter through the door, your eyes are met at the distance of the room by the glow of the fire. Your son is fast asleep on his hay. He fell asleep before food was even ready. He's a very anxious and excited young man, for the most part, but he seemed to have worn himself out and probably will need to be woken up when dinner is finally prepared. Your daughter is attempting to take a small shiv, sort of like stone, and try to make the wood more sturdy by shaving at it, kind of, but she's trying to do very like gentle, like light shavings towards it, as well as your wife has her hands on your son, and she's kind of just almost like what feels like laying above him. Her hands are on top of his shoulder as she's keeping herself warm, as your daughter seems a bit more prioritized with her arrow. Or sorry, her bow.
I'm just gonna leave the animal on the table and the rock to a side.
As you place the rock down at the side, your wife kind of hears like the little trickle of it being placed down, and she turns to you. You didn't get it cut up.
I need to talk to you for a second, dearest.
Your daughter turns around and goes, "What? Is it about the meeting?"
Yes.
Your wife turns to her and puts her hand out and goes, "We will talk about this. We will come back inside." And she approaches you and kind of like grabs you by your piggy to kind of like guide outside, kind of like holding hands almost. As you make your way outside, you stand probably a couple of steps away from the home, getting a little bit of a distance because you're aware that your daughter is probably a little bit of an eavesdropper sometimes, since she knew that there was a meeting, and not everybody completely knew about that, it seemed.
Yes.
But your wife places both hands one over the other to keep warm. She's like shoved them into hide, and gives you a nod of like, speak.
I don't want to sound fatalist with this, but we might be facing the end of this town as we know it.
advisor?
A traveler, a trader, came in with strange, mysterious weapons. He showed me what they're capable of.
We've seen swords and things made from other countries.
This is nothing like a sword. Dear, I saw them put a hole through a rabbit from over 60 paces. No arrow necessary. With a tool that spits fire. Works with a lever. Anyone could use it. Barely any marksmanship necessary. Anyone could be a killer. Listen. I tried to warn the people from this town.
So do we listen?
I tried to warn the people from this town.
It's not tried. It's did they listen?
They didn't. They want to go to war against these mysterious things they don't understand.
Then we can fight what it is. We fought things before. We've hunted creatures larger than many of us, even with some of their capabilities. You can't honestly believe that whatever this is, that they have more of.
I don't believe so. I have seen it. They are not beasts. They are not swords. They are constructions. They are tools made for extermination.
Then a shield can stop it. They've stopped arrows before.
It cannot.
You're telling me that it
This
can bypass through the most solid of our shields.
This can pass through a tree. This can pass through most silicon. This is the fire of gods, concentrated in a space as narrow as the eye of a needle. Dearest, you know that I'm a rational man.
I know.
I am not a paranoid.
But I wish I didn't know that now. Because now there is a part of me that wishes I knew you were insane, just like many of the rest of us. But now you're telling me that there is something out there more dangerous than any arrow we've seen. You know that your daughter just learned how to make one not that long ago. Do our numbers even suffice what could be faced with us, even if barely any of them had these machines?
If you wielded one of these machines from home, you could have shot that deer once, and it would have fallen dead to the snow. From where you're standing right now. It's not that we can't kill them. It's that we won't have a chance to get that close. I don't want you to raise our kids by your own. If I had to go fight that, wherever it's coming from.
Is it coming from
But
Wargin? Are they attacking us?
Wargin are merely reacting to this. They have but a handful of these tools to protect themselves. We are too far north in order to offer us any substantial help. Which means we have two options, dear. We prepare for war, whenever it may come. Or we travel south.
No, we are not leaving. We can evolve ourselves, can we not? Is it something that we can't figure out after looking at it? We've been able to repair weapons that have never been ours before. We've learned, we've adapted. You can't tell me that there is no way we can make this in the period of time given.
The people from Wargin, they are not the worst of artisans, yet they themselves admitted to me, a dragonborn, as he stood, told me they couldn't figure it out on their own. I am far from a hunter or a warrior, and you know so. Yet I have been able to keep you warm, you and our children. I have been able to protect you. But even if I did, in the front lines, the only way I can guarantee you will be safe is if we take what we have and walk through the winter.
Where are we gonna go?
If we tell...
Is there not a place that we know of?
I know that if I go to Warden, and if I say the name of this Dragonborn, he promised me I would get assistance. That might buy us some time. We might
So do we leave by
make
ourselves?
something.
If they are not listening, what do we do?
Can't tell anybody. If we do, they will think of me as a traitor.
You cannot ask of this of our children.
I am not asking for them to do something difficult for me. I'm asking you to help me do something difficult for them.
Did he offer us anything? Is there anything that we receive from Wargin if we are going to go there? Did he make a promise of any kind? They keep their word. Thor, they keep their word. Please tell me.
He promised. He gave me his word.
What do we get? Is there a home
We
there
get
for us?
Yes, we'll get shelter. And if I am able to come through, we might even arrange for something for the others as well.
Okay.
But if we stay here, no one can help them from themselves. I offered them an option. I overstepped the authority of the chief in the middle of the feast hall. I offered them my counsel. I was rejected. I say, we stockpile what we can for the next week. We do whatever we can to have as much as possible for the travel.
When do you want to leave?
If we leave before December, we might have a chance of surviving the worst part of winter in our way
Give
south.
us 2 weeks to leave.
I have given you 2 weeks to leave. Yes. There are also 2 weeks to live. If we stay here. Listen. Our daughter. She can give us a hint. She's old. I'm not going to ask her much, but we don't have to do this on our own. She is a little woman. She can help us take care of our little one. We are not carrying 2 children as we used to. We might have a chance. I might even ask the butcher if he's willing to come with me. I trust that he won't tell. If we have them, then perhaps this journey won't be as daunting as it seems right now.
Okay.
I am so sorry. I'm going to pull her in for a hug.
She kind of like, from the hug, first her chin starts on your shoulder, and then her like mouth goes to your ears and says, "Don't say sorry again until we've made it to the place of safety. Don't say it again." She kind of like loosens her hug with you as she moves back. And you are forced with your next task. That's telling the kids.
I'll go. And I am not going to tell the little one yet. I'm gonna tell his sister. Because I am thinking, if I say that to him, perhaps my voice as his father might drive him to panic. Something inside me could barely hold the right attitude to face him at this time. So I'm going to talk to my daughter.
You make your way back inside, and your wife kind of lingering her hand down your shoulder to your bicep down. She leaves from your side and makes her way over to your son, who is still sleeping. She, while kind of like trying to like thin the bow to make it stronger with the stick that she has at the moment, she looks up at you and kind of... It's not good news, is it?
How is it going? Any progress?
It's tighter. Doesn't bend as easily now.
That's good.
What were you guys talking about?
Your father has a favor to ask from you.
What?
I need you, from this point, to trust in us. much more as you have ever done it before. We will be leaving this town.
Why? What? No, that's not... There's no reason to.
Honey, there's a threat coming.
So we fight it. It's not like we haven't done it before.
Sadly, it is something we've never fought before. Listen to me. I know that you have a life here. Myself, your mother. We have a life here. We have a home. I talked to the people in that hall. They want to fight. But I have seen what our enemy is capable of.
If we already want to fight, then we should be more than capable of doing it.
They have weapons that make our arrows and bows look like mere toys, my dear.
Then we will build catapults like we've done in the past.
They have catapults they can carry in their arms. Arrows that can go through trees. That can shoot from uphill. Hundreds of paces. Their weapons roar like beasts. And they spit fire like dragons. They use a strange sorcery. Nothing like we have seen. We would die before we know they were there. And they are coming. And I am not taking the chances. No one wanted to support us. So I'm asking you to support your old man. Even if this whole town couldn't.
And she turns over, kind of like on her side, kind of just like tossing the bow, not like obviously like into the fire or like too close to the fire, but she tosses it in the direction as it kind of like sits in lumen of the fire, and rolls over, and you kind of hear like a very like light murmuring underneath. She goes, and says that she's not hungry, as she kind of like lays down and assumes like a kind of like a almost like mimicking like similar position as her brother who's just out. And kind of just like lays down by the side with kind of like the bow and arrow cast away from her, as if she doesn't want to be a part of it anymore.
I'm going to tell her before I go. At the beginning of the trip, you will still be you, but by the end, you will be a marksman. We will personally make sure of it.
You watch as her shoulder kind of like tenses up and brushes over. You can tell that she definitely heard what you said, but she wants to play it off like she's no clue and she's just going to sleep and ignoring you.
I will give her her space, and I'm just going to go outside. Just still troubled by all of this, considering if I've made the best choice.
You sit there with your own thoughts, deep in the mind I'm gonna let you as a player also listen for a moment and think to yourself what, could come to follow in these next few weeks. While you sit and think, eventually the sun comes to an underclose. It caves over the mountains as it casts long shadows on its way down, cascading over. From that point, a new day begins, and it feels like time has followed the same way as it did before. Only few things feel as if they change around the village, but nothing is of eager. Your friends, your family, somewhat seem relatively indifferent. You put mind to work on collecting. You've gotten all the things that you've done. You were very keen on getting your chores probably done when it comes to your work as a mason, but most of all comes family and preparation for this. As the following day ends, the next comes over, and to you, eventually, it feels as a repeat of time. You can tell that your daughter is not as willing, and your son still decently unaware, and is just assuming that you want more things for the winter time. Your wife hasn't said anything to anybody. I would ask you if any of this period of time, because I'm kind of stretching into a small bit of a time skip, is at any point at this time, do you actually talk to the butcher or not?
I would say I would wait until probably around 6 days before our planned leave to talk to him, because if he does speak to the others, then I want to have enough stockpiles so that if he betrays my trust, we still have enough to go.
Okay. I would say that as time now progresses, around those 2 weeks have passed, and around the time that Wargin had promised to make their way back, we are probably about a week out from that situation, and that kind of 7 to 6 day mark feels as if it is progressively rolling around the corner. One very bright early morning, you wake up much earlier than everyone in the village, because for you, I would assume that this is probably something that has been a continuous thought. It's kind of just been ghosting in your mind of trying to figure out the best way to go about this as it did before.
Yes.
And you wake up at the same kind of like dawn moment that the butcher would normally be operating early parts of his shop. I would say probably in prep for this situation. How do you go about this day?
I will bring with me, as a product of my work in masonry, a couple of whetstones from the stone that I brought. Just, to not begin with the bad news right away. Throughout this week, my resolve has become more and more firm. And now that I feel secure about my choice, I'm going to head towards the butcher's shop. And knowing that he's there, I'm gonna still knock on wood. Part of me is still hoping that he's not even here. That he had the same idea as me and took his pelts and the morsels that he's been keeping from anyone and made a run for it himself. So I just wait there outside until he responds.
Eventually, he comes out, and he is different. And it is a different feeling that it feels more of a sinking feeling more than anything. He has adorned tattoos. He has covered himself in things prepped for war. And you can tell that after that moment, as time and time has gone on, he has sank into the same opinion as many of the others. While he might have not have been the first person to fall head over heels, it has been a progressional and mental takeover of fear. On the terms of,
I would
while he
like-
might look brave at the front, you can tell that this mentality of something is going to happen, we are going to go to war, be ready, is something that has almost covered him entirely.
I want to see in his eyes if he knows what I'm about to do.
He approaches you with kind of like a half-burned smile, as he kind of has an idea of what you're coming at it with, and in doing so, he wants to start the conversation off first, but immediately he bends the conversation around the point that he probably thinks you're trying to make. You know, been a lot of meat coming around lately. You got anything new for me? Any further donations to our lovely men on the field?
I show him the bag with the whetstones in them. For war. And for work.
All right. This I can make a trade for, if you do think so. Or would you say, like I said before, a donation to a fellow cause for a fellow group of people?
You know why I'm coming here, don't you?
Most people would come to a butcher for meat, either to pick up, trade for, or drop off. And I don't see you carrying anything new. So, picking up.
Hopefully. But I am not so sure anymore. I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder, and I'm going to say, I am not going to be here for this. I don't want to see the day where I have to
gave you something that has meant something to me in brotherhood. I assume that you come to my home and plan on doing the same with your whetstones, as it is trade to trade. I do not look at the fact that it's been weak since that moment. But I gave you something to defend yourself. And now you are running. You don't think I've ever noticed?
Because it's because I no longer have any wish to defend myself. have things that I want to defend more than myself.
And what's that?
Children.
You have a family. Fantastic. Almost all of us do, and that is why we are here to defend our home. You are simply choosing the high road and running because you care for your own life and never made a heavy sacrifice for another person. The best sacrifice you could do for your family is your own life.
Perhaps you're right. Which is what I'm putting on the line through this decision I made. But I am not going to sacrifice my life in vain, which I'm afraid is the path you've taken, my friend.
Go your way and leave the front of my home, for this, I hope, is the last time I have to see you. For you are not the will nature of what our people are made out of, and I don't think you ever were.
I am no man of destruction. I built, and just as I have built here, I will build somewhere else, hoping that one day I get to see you again. Even if you don't feel the same. And I just turn around, leave his cleaver on his table, and go without looking back. But before I leave, I want to say something under my breath. No, not even under my breath.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that he hears. Thanks for being the bigger man.
After you say that, you can see that his hand, his eyes shoot down to the cleaver and back up to you, down to the cleaver, back up to you, and he grabs the cleaver that you handed, he reaches his arm back, and he flings his wrist to strike a piece of wood that you have knocked on multiple times for attention, and it lodges itself in the wood. He doesn't say anything, but you can hear from his teeth that he's gnawing and he's teething in anger, because this thought process that you seem to have towards whatever in your head is going to happen to him is a terrible, and it is a cowardly act with no wisdom that you say that you keep. As you make
I'm just going to walk away.
Do you have anywhere that you're specifically heading?
I would say during this time I've been collecting some of the pebbles that come off the rocks from these whetstones, and I have been instructing my daughter into making as many arrows as she can. I am going to stop by the woods, since I know the Fletcher wouldn't want to aid my escape. And I'm going to try to take some twigs of my own. Just enough to feel a couple of charges with the bow. Not enough so that I leave people around here without nearby options in case they needed to build their own. And I'm going to make my way home to keep with my preparations.
Okay. So I'm going to put something in notes right now. And normally when I do this, and we'll see it in the future parts of the campaign as well, I will announce a date which, because we love using time and calendar in this campaign, I'm going to leave a date, which is December 8th, or sorry, not 8th. December 8th.
Mhm.
December 8th, 1411. As you make your way home, make your way inside, you begin to finish your stockpilings. We are still about a week or so out from this so-called move, to leave it at that. You've made many preparations as of since, probably enough to get you and your family from point A to wherever point B might be at, if it revolves you traveling alone before the Dragonborn gets to you, even as such. And if the Dragonborn...
I want to do something.
Go for it.
I want to talk to my wife, if possible, into leaving a ration of prepared food in our house when we abandon it. Because in my mind, when they raid this house looking for us, I want them to be met with generosity.
Okay. Let's do this then.
Mhm.
As the rest of the day kind of like teethes on, you do your collections and things like that, ending it off. Your wife does give you this prepared meat, and a spot that she thinks is a good idea is where the fire pit is. One of the things that you would, very ancient time for you guys, is you would hollow out a stone to kind of use as like an old-fashioned like pan, basically, because it would be heated, but it would be hollow, so it kind of worked as a very like not dense rock to kind of heat things on. Because of that, she suggests that we take one of these hollowed stones, we place the food in it, and then we place it face in back where the furnace is. Because it won't be turned back on. And if it is, like, if the fire is ignited again after they leave, the smell of food, even if they don't find it, she says will at least remind that our spirit is still with them as people. And we did not lead them in death. And if they do choose to grab it from wherever, we still get your point across as well. We leave them with prepared generosity, no matter how long it might take them. Is that something that works for you?
Yes.
Okay. So prepared, wrapped up, kept in salt. It's a nice piece of deer meat. You place it inside with a few other things that would last a bit longer. And you place it back inside of the furnace, giving it, a nice pat to keep it sealed, but still enough to be of an eyesore to know to remove it, if you were like begin to like loot the place or look for something. December 8th, 1411. As the day begins to trickle by, we move into the nighttime. You hear around probably 6 o'clock as night begins to dim, with the sun, that some of the scouts had made their way out, and they did not come back. So they send out a few more, making their way kind of southbound towards the west of the mountains, to see what they can find, and they did that roughly about an hour ago. At about 7 o'clock, around 7 o'clock p.m., there is a owl call. For you, it is natural. Something you've heard before from these wilderness. And for you, it's a call to night. It doesn't mean much more than that. It means overseer for your people. As the night begins to come to a slowing stop. You lay silent with the campfire and your family. Your eyes still open, looking at the foundation of a ceiling that you have here.
This house, more than built under the gratitude that I had for this people now, incentivizes this deep feeling of guilt inside my mind. This place, the more I stay in it, the less adequate it feels. And that helps me gather my own determination to carry this through.
As these thoughts run through your head, the owl's call normally is more distant between each other. The gap between one call to another is more drawn out. These are in quick recessions. It sounds as if a owl is annoyed? Maybe? You're no druid or have much experience with animal and nature. But give me a nature check. To see if maybe there's behavior that you can tell out of this. But for you, it's just like almost frustrating. It's like a constant, like, animalistic nagging.
Why is he being so loud?
Exactly. Shut up.
Have
11.
11.
For you, you can tell that this is strictly behavioral based, but for what it comes down to, it sounds like it's just angry. In multiple of those recessions that you'd hear, at least normally, in many of your years growing up, it kind of always just meant like an owl couldn't find a home at the moment, and he's trying to clear out other creatures, sort of thing, and find like a place to burrow for right now. That noise, however, it keeps repeating, and eventually it gets to a point where you hear a groan from a couple of village homes across the way from one of your main paths. The owl's noise gets louder, and for a lot of people, more annoying. Across the street, a couple of ways down, is the Fletcher. He exits his house with a groan and murmurs under it, as you can hear from his family. The kind of like, get him to shut up. Whatever this creature is, just throw a rock at it, get it to shut up. He leaves and makes his way outside. Do you do anything, or you can just let the Fletcher handle it?
No, this is... When an owl is angry, it usually wouldn't come close to the lights of civilization like that. This is odd, to say the least. I'm going to... This time I will try to hide my presence, which, mind you, is kind of tough. And I'm going to take my whitest pelts and try to get blended in with the snow as I follow the Fletcher from a distance.
Give me a stealth check with advantage.
Advantage.
Advantage, indeed. So.
All right, guys. It was nice when it lasted.
Full send. We'll see how this goes.
Do I say 2d10 or can I write advantage?
You'll play exclamation point roll 2d10.
Cool.
Perfect.
Natural
Nat 20. Ooh. As you might not be, as you might not be the most stealthy person in the wall. At nighttime, and while blending in your surroundings, you almost become the predator in this moment. You lower yourself down. You move as hidden from shadow and from the moonlight as possible, with the clouds above and with the snow still, apparent in the sky above. You've managed to hide yourself well. You watch as the Fletcher makes his way kind of like over a couple of sticks and kind of like breaches the point of the wilderness where it kind of like where your civilization kind of like cuts off as like that kind of just that borderline of just like where the village kind of like ends, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
As he makes his way to the borderline, you can hear kind of like from that distance, from a distance, what the hell is that? Where did that thing go? And you can see that he kind of like leans down, and he starts like searching for like a rock or a pebble or something he can like chuck. And he reaches down. He gets like a sizable stone, roughly about like this size, decent weight to it, kind of like something you'd stuff in a sling. And he reaches back, and you can see him kind of like murmur to himself in that gentle voice. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? As he's watching the tree line, and you hear the owl, this time at a further distance. He says, gotcha. And he throws the rock almost as hard as you've ever seen the Fletcher throw a rock before in his life, in the direction of where he believes the owl is. You hear it smack against a tree branch, and like kind of like a pile of snow kind of like fall as the crackle of the woods. You hear, ha! That ought to do it. And a gunshot comes from the woods in a flash of light, followed with it.
I'm gonna scream. No!
You watch as his body takes the shot head on, and barely even gets a step stumbled back. You just watch his body lean, collapse in such a quick motion as his head strikes against the rock and bleeds out sideways with a head wide open. You hear a bunch of people run outwards after the loud gunshot. What do you do?
First of all, I need to know where they're coming from.
It is deep in the woods where the direction of where it's headed. It's like almost directly eastbound with where you're looking at the moment.
Jesus Christ. Obviously, I'm going to first cover my mouth as I try to lower my presence as much as I can. And then I try to not make a sound, since I know that as soon as they see me move, they might be able to get me.
As you make your way to be hidden, you watch as a bunch of your villagers, seen by whatever this noise is and this loud cannon fire sound of a blast, come out in a surprise. You watch people flood the streets with shields and spears and swords and anything that they can get their grab on, and they start yelling with primal noises and other things like that. And you hear from a distance, give me an intelligence check, please.
Straight roll? Straight check?
Yes, on the terms that you're using history
right
as an ideal sort of modifier-esque.
It is the same modifier, though.
Yeah, okay.
17.
17, beautiful. From the distance, After the owl call leaves, you hear a whistle. It sounds like somebody removing a pipe from their mouth of some kind. And in doing so, you hear a sentence from only a sentence you've ever heard the Dragonborn speak only a few times, but this time it's not Draconic, it's Elvish. As a sound rattles off in the wilderness, like a absolute field of smoke arises from the midst of the forest. It sounds like even bigger guns than the musket that you heard lay into the village with pace and with even more damage. You watch as these houses become sky high now. As you watch people flee from them as quick as they can, the entire area is flung into complete chaos. Blankets of orange fire and white flashes cover a forest ridge as it makes its way closer and closer, and voices from the wilderness can be heard. But in the craziness, give me a perception check to see if you can identify anything of this situation.
Perception. Alright. We can do this. It's doable.
What was
6.
it? 6. In the gunfire and flashing of the smoke, you are distraught. It stunned you the first time. You had to cover your ears because of how instant that flash was. But now even bigger sounding guns follow in fields of volleys like arrows. They cover, blanketing the snow. For you, what's going to feel like even soon enough, it's going to be that black powder is the new color of this snow. You watch as people of your village rush towards the wilderness, and all you watch is blood splat from their chests, their legs, as they go down with momentum. As one of your friends takes a shot to their leg, and instead of just simply going down like that, you watch as it almost picks up their leg with it and turns them on their back.
I'm seeing this and I'm just breathing so hard. It's not... I can't even get a scream out before I can even warn them. They're already down. In a moment of clarity, being blinded by one of the flashes, I remember my family.
What do you
And
do?
I'll try to make a run-in for my home.
Okay. You make as quick as a procession as you can towards your house. Give me an athletics check.
Alright. This should be my highest roll of the night.
I was gonna say, fingers crossed. Your modifiers should help you here. What are we looking at?
22!
22! Bro is wicked. Brother is on his way. You make your way as fast as you can to the house. You have never felt this level of fear and confusion before in your life. The tinnitus in your ears feels like it's almost encouragement to just put one foot in front of the other. You feel like falling forward, but your feet won't stop catching you as you just keep moving forward and forward and forward, and you just can't stop. Eventually, you get to the door, and as you go and you reach for the knob, your wife pulls the door inwards, and she says, "I'm hearing it. Get inside."
I will comply.
As you
Just not really thinking much about it.
As you make your way inside, everything slowly becomes a little bit more muffled from the outside. The warmth of the fire from the house feels more dangerous than it was comfortable now, because now it feels like that same ignitional flame that came from the gun the day you shot it with the Dragonborn. something needs to happen. We need to be gone. We can't hold on much longer to anything. We need to pack up the horse.
Let's do it. I will help you. Come on. I'm gonna look for for the youngest kid. I'm gonna try to get as much protection on him as I can.
He kind of like begins to like wake up. Dad? And he kind of like slept through a lot of like the initial gunfire and stuff as the yelling becomes more closer to the door of the house.
I'm gonna tell him, wake up. Don't be afraid. Wake up.
Why? What's
Come
going
with
on?
Me. Get dressed. Dress in white.
He like stands up and he kind of like scrambles like under the hay. He always liked to tuck his stuff under because he always thought it would be warmer in the morning if he slept on top of it. So he like takes it out from underneath him and he kind of like puts on his vest kind of like weird almost as he like pulls it over his head as your wife is basically just getting things out of any hole to the outside as she can, any window, any way to get something out. She is tossing something through it. Your daughter is becoming awake and she reaches for the bow when one of the heavy shots hits the cross the street away from your door. It is a heavy smack that takes out the entire front end of the house across the street, trapping the people who were in there before inside. She looks at you for a moment, as do your son, and he goes, "Dad!" As you are faced with this situation, what do?
I go, "It's time to go. Grab your bow, quick!"
She reaches across the floor, grabbing the bow as kind of like fast as she can, and a couple of the arrows she goes like one by one, your daughter, as she kind of like tries to put it into a quiver.
I'm just gonna take a handful of them and put them in the quiver and gonna say, "Go look after your brother."
Where are you going? She comes
Where are we going?
Quick rebuttal.
We're getting out of here.
She nods to try to like reason with this kind of like push to go, but still not attesting to much in a situation like this. Make sure I have this. Sorry. As you make your way outside, all kind of like pushing your way out, you can see that whoever this is has breached the outside border of the town or the village itself. You hear like the scared horses as they kind of like lean up and try to move, buildings falling. It sounds like trees getting chopped down as they just make their way to the floor, and this has been in a stir of panic. Your entire area is flooded. Immediately within passive perception, you watch as lights illuminate ice as they soar over top of them. And this is not something you haven't seen before, but arrows covered in a burning oil are shot towards houses that haven't been destroyed. And these village buildings are lit on fire. People are entrapped. They cannot escape, and you are running and you are booking it. As you make your way to the outside and you swing around the corner to try to go the opposite direction, it seems like they've got the west and east side cornered in as you watch not just people approach from that area, but a field of fire line the outside barrier around the wilderness from the village. You watch as people in shadows from horseback begin to make their way around this set fire and towards you. Most of your people cry out, trying to make amends and trying to battle, but you watch as war horses covered in steel themselves breach through the fire and create more of a whisk as they make their way through. What is a answer to the situation you have to make? What's your next
I will take the nearest blankest I can find. I'm gonna put the kids inside that blanket, and I'm going to put them in the carriage. I'm going to, without hesitation, find my way behind the horse. Look after my wife. Where is she right now?
Your wife is on. She kind of almost surprises you as she stands on the other side of the carriage and whips around the corner to meet you face to face, and says, "We cannot stand around for much longer. Is there anything else left inside of the house?"
Nothing that matters. Let's go.
As you go to make your way up onto the carriage, you see something with your peripheral vision out of your perception. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
The first saving throw of the campaign. It's a +0. Let's see. Let's go! 18!
18. Okay. Immediately from that moment, you watch as a horseman charges towards you. What would be an attack action that you would make towards this, like, response, as he makes his way to...
A lariat.
A what?
I would extend an arm.
Oh, okay.
A lariat is when a wrestler extends his arm and
like
hits him with the elbow, you know?
Like a clothesline, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case...
I'm basically trying to shove him off his horse rather than doing damage.
Yeah, so as he begins to approach you with pace, you put your arm out. Give me an unarmed strike attack.
Let's go, first attack.
First attack of the campaign. New player, first attack.
Alright. It's +5. Here we go. Ah, 8.
8? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
As you reach your arm up to hit him with your reaction, he kind of like leans down and like extends his fist towards you. As you swing, you kind of like hit the armor, and it makes him kind of like retract his blow, that he was attempting to hit on you, but it doesn't do enough as you feel like the same steelness as what you would assume that Dragonborn trader had when he came by. These are not people that are naked. With this, you are able to identify that most of these people are armored.
Okay. I'm just going to, notice that and just desperately ask for more from the horse. Try to get him to run faster.
You watch as kind of like, the horse, goes and attempts to pick up pace with that kind of encouragement. Give me animal handling.
An animal handling check?
An animal handling check from you, I know. Something that either feels like it's never used or always used.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Trust me, we use all of your perks in the campaign.
Oh, dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay. I can go with that. You encourage the horse to move, and he makes his progression towards an exit. As you're running by, you can hear the kids like worrying, and in terror of this situation. This is the first time your son has ever seen something like this, and your daughter has only ever been told stories about things like this as well. Your wife sits off to like the carriage side as you begin moving. Give me a perception check with advantage.
Alright, perception is +3. let's do it like this. Alright, I got an 18 plus 3, that's a 21.
18 plus 3, 21. Okay. Do you see his face or his silhouette with that? I think it's just the... yeah, it's just the silhouette, so... In that case... You turn, and in the silhouette of the fire, in front of you, you watch as somebody, in a shadowy form, they pick up a long stick that at first seems like a rifle, but you see as finally as his elbow comes up, it's a lot shorter than the rifle. He takes it and he extends it in the direction of where you are. I'm going to take... Does... what's a normal AC for a horse? Yeah, that's way over. I don't even mind. I don't ask a question. He takes it and he pulls the trigger, and instead of aiming for you, he hits the horse. The horse stumbles and falls as the cart overturns on itself, flipping off to the side as your family stumbles out. You watch from the ground and in the snow as you are being zeroed in on and approached. You watch as your wife takes out a tomahawk and makes her way towards people. Your daughter has your son covered in arm. Do you want to make any attack action to any of these soldiers approaching you, if that's who they are?
So, I have seen that they are armed with these machines, right?
For the most part, that would be a great assumption. Yes.
I will try to grapple them. At least one of them.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll an athletics check for that.
Go for it.
Ah, that's a 9 total.
9
it's
total?
Contested. There might be a chance.
Okay. Oh, I pulled up the wrong thing. My bad. I pulled up the wrong thing. And now I'm not getting any of the other things. Alright, hang on a second. As you reach out your hands, you grab one of them and kind of like pull them into yourself as you give it a little bit of a tussle for just a moment. Let me look at the contest. Oh, I need to do the plus proficiency. Okay. Oop. Nope, it's just basic math. So what did you get, a 9? Okay, it is a 13, so no. You try to grab them, but in the craziness, he kind of like breaks away from you, and if I can make a turn in response to that. There's a 21 hit.
Yep.
Okay. As he breaks away from you, he grabs kind of like the base point of what seemingly looks like a club, and he comes up and he kind of like cleans you out from the side of the head with it. Let's do damage.
Okay.
5 points of damage. Take 5 points of damage.
Alright.
In this situation, as I'm going to kind of call it around, it'll be you, then him, sort of thing. Your daughter has wrapped like an extra blanket around your son, as she's visibly crying from what you can see after you get like knocked to the side. Your eye makes eye contact with them as they pull, as she kind of like pulls him away, off to the wilderness, like using each other. Kind of like as like they're running in tandem as they're trying to run together but hold each other close. Make your next attack action if that's what you choose to do.
This time I will try to do a disarm action.
Okay.
So that is an unarmed strike, right?
Yes, and I will do it with the purpose to attempt to disarm.
Yes. $13.
Okay, so how I do my rule of thumb, because I enjoy doing a little bit of it better twisted. When we have ties, because you've tied his AC, when we have ties, instead of doing as long as you match it, it hits. We roll a dice to see if it hits or not. Now the way we do that is it's a simple flip of a coin. So when we do this, it's going to be I'm gonna roll a 1d2, pick a number 1 or 2. Pick a number 1 or 2.
1.
1. Okay, so if it hits a 1, you make contact and you do damage as usual. If it doesn't, the shot just simply doesn't hit. And it's a 1. Take your shot at him.
Hell yeah.
Heck yeah.
Alright, so damage?
Yep.
Or do I disarm him?
Okay, right, you did it for the purpose of unarmed. Okay. In doing so, after being hit with the club, he attempts to come down on you again, and swings it down. Would you say you grab his hand and kind of like that motion to stop that hit?
I'm gonna grab the stock of this thing and I'm gonna try to wrestle it out of his hands.
You move for a second with him, and eventually, with using your strength, you place 2 hands on top and you kind of fling him off into the snow. As he lets go of the weapon. Okay, so now as progression goes by, as your wife continues in the fight and tries to give you ample time to at least move yourself and go, you watch as your kids make their way in distance towards the blackened wilderness that isn't covered in fire at the moment. Do you choose to disengage and go after them?
I will, but I will take this thing with me.
The gun of sorts?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. So you reach down, you grab it, you get a better hold on it with one hand, the same that the Dragonborn kind of held it himself when he'd done it, and you make a race towards the wilderness. Give me an athletics check, and then right after your athletics check, I need a dexterity saving throw.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Is there a dexterity saving throw based on a thing that I can see?
Good question. I will ask you for a perception check before that saving throw.
Okay. So first I'm going to do the athletics.
Then perception,
right.
Then saving throw depending on what your
athletics is a 17.
Okay, good. So you're definitely going to keep up with them.
All right. Perception is a 5.
A 5? Okay, then I will need your dexterity saving throw then.
Okay. I mean, that only decides whether I have advantage or not.
Yes.
9.
9. No. Alright.
I get to introduce people now.
As you make your way into the wilderness, chasing your kids, you can tell that they are getting of a... I mean, your kids can move. They are of your blood. These kids got movement to them. And they almost disappear deep into the forest as you continue to, like, basically use the surface of their tracks and move with the glow of what feels like the sun behind you and destruction that has happened to the village. You find yourself making your way through the woods. And as you do you shout for your kids, saying, "It's Dad, stop running," or anything else like that?
I don't want to alert anyone who might be following us that there might be kids running here. I'm just going to try to catch up myself.
Okay, as you make your way through the wilderness, however, you move your way around a corner, and a set of two hands comes out from what feels like the shadow, and it pushes you, lifting you up off the ground and throwing your body with force towards a tree. And I'm going to show you an image of who is responsible for this. Describe image of who is responsible for this. As this person shoves you, your legs pick up from underneath you, and it kind of feels like, it's not like shoved as in like you just ran straight into somebody and they shoved you backwards. It's kind of like one of those shoves that come off from the side, you know, like he's pushing this way. So your body picks up as you lift off and you hit the snow, almost like burying yourself next to a log next to you. As you kind of like regain like stability from being prone, you hear like the murmur of people, you know, here and there, and in the shadows of behind these trees, kind of making their way towards you, and you hear many different styles of voice come from these woods.
You know, I don't think he knows anything.
I really don't think he knows anything.
But I want to know
do I have
something.
Do I have the thing in my hand?
What thing?
The thing that I took from the soldier.
Yes. You were still managed to hold on to that.
I'm going to imitate the posture that the Dragonborn had before, just clumsily trying to find the lever that he pulled haphazardly. Am I able to interface this at all?
Yes. For the sake of this, because I love it. This makes for a great story. Give me a dexterity throw. As an attack action with disadvantage towards the whoever this person might be, of whatnot. Now, mind you, it's one shot, so fingers crossed. Even in the disadvantage, you get a little lucky. But I would like to see where this goes.
Me too. Let's see. So disadvantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 6.
A 6. You know what? I can do something. If you give me one extra minute. Hang on one moment. I can cook. Let me cook. Because I like where this could go. You'll like it too. I need my notes for the sake of this. And I didn't actually. I thought you were gonna do it another way, so I was kind of hoping to write off this character early, but now I've realized that I can do something else. So, in this moment, as you lift up the rifle, waving it basically blind to wherever this voice might be, you hear a flash come from the tip of the gun, just like the one before. It soars through, and you hear, "Oh!" As you can kind of like hear somebody like go to their face with their hand, and like lean back. In that flash, you see this screen, almost like for us, like a screenshot of this moment, but just one flash of light that from now on paints a picture in your mind of this person. A flash of light that gives you identity to this person. It is a human. He doesn't look like you. He's a little bit skinnier. He's not significantly smaller, but he is smaller than you from this height. He has very elongated beard with a white stripe down the middle. And in this flash that you see his eyes close, his teeth tense, and a splatter come from the right side of his head. As you kind of hear like a little bit of fumbling into the snow. And I'm
going to rush towards him screaming, "Show yourself!"
As you move towards him with that pace, I'm gonna make a grapple throw against you now.
Huh. Good luck.
I know, right? 24.
Oof.
I know, right?
I need
24.
to get a natural 20. I need to get a natural 20. Just one more.
What do we get?
That's 14.
14. Does not succeed, sadly. I'm so sorry. Okay. As you attempt to stand up and rush, your body is grabbed by a even larger figure. His hands feel like they're the size of pigs themselves, and his strength seems so, for you, unreal. It is definitely raw. It's not feeling like it's coming from anything else, but whoever this is strong, but it is not the same person that you shot. In the glimmer of the, in the snow reflected and the moon above, this person is large and blue in skin color. As they grab a deep hold of you, and try to hold you still as best as they can, and they are going to, we're going to hit you with a club based off of inventory. Does a 14 hit?
Yes.
Okay, 14 does hit.
Man, I'm used to playing rogue. Having this AC, it's hitting me.
8 points of damage. You immediately take a shot across your face, with a whippet of a club. You feel as you look down, black spots form on the ground. You can tell it's from your own blood, obviously.
I'm seeing that, but still, this amount of damage that I received, it's significant.
You're definitely still kicking. I was gonna say, at no point do I think that this is
my head.
Yeah.
No, I shake my head and I just say, "Let me go!"
And
trying to double trip him.
As you do, you feel a piece of metal that feels like the blunt end of an unmade sword place against your head, and a click happen from behind you in the darkness.
My heart skips a heartbeat.
The Dragonborn showed you this, didn't he? He knows. I was right. Oh, I'm getting money after this. Payout's going to be huge.
I stole this
And he
from a merchant.
He presses against Todd. And it sounds like there's more than one of these people. It seems like there's one big buff guy that's holding you, one definitely more deranged person behind you, and whoever you shot is still recovering from that hit as he sits in front of you. You hear him get up. I didn't think they could use these. What primitive animals can learn. He approaches you in the snow as he kind of barely leans down because of your height, but you're still being like held at kind of like an angle down. And you can see just like a silhouette of like a very scarred, old face, lean down into you. And he says, "The obelisk. Where is it?"
I try to aim for his mouth.
Like spitting at him?
Yep.
As you aim for his mouth and go to like spit, you don't hit his mouth with the angle that you're at, but you got him like kind of like here in like the shoulder. It definitely still lands on him.
Specifically, I was like going at his wound, but if it
Oh
went
yeah,
to the
with like
chest-
the ear. Okay, we'll change that around. We'll go. You get him kind of at like the lower cheek, like just below, like right around here, kind of
Okay,
like where the
okay.
bone ends. You get really close. He leans. The obelisk. Where's the stone that you were given by the Dragonborn? You hear a voice.
I know where it is.
You hear a voice come from a distance. He sounds very accent. If he does not know, why push him? We are not here for him. We are just assuming that he knows where it is. Yeah, and if he does know, we can find it. And when we find it, we'll know where it is. And then when we know where it is, we'll always know where to find it. And then after
You won't find it here. I don't know where it is.
He doesn't seem to know where it comes from. The man in front of you, after like cleaning his hand against his ear, he can't stop touching his ear. And at one point he like places his hand over, and he keeps like kind of like checking it as he looks down to his hand. And he says, "I only ask 3 times. You were given a golden stone with black rock on the back, runes of your nature. Where is it?"
I know what you're talking about. Weird stone. Shaped like a prism. Weird way.
Okay, never mind. Sorry. I thought you were saying you don't know. You know what it looks like. So where did it go?
I'm telling you.
I'm not
My
to be
instructions
tested like this from a person like you. This will be much easier on your life if you stay honest. I don't believe that he knows. Leave him be if he doesn't.
My instructions were to give them to my chief. Where he put it, I don't know.
There is no way that you do not know. Boss. I mean, hear me out. He might not know. I'm gonna agree with Shabbat on this one. Maybe he doesn't know. I say we kill him here. A personal opinion. I think it'll just be smoother. And I like smoother. Sometimes. He looks up at the person behind you and back up to the rest of the big guy. And the big guy goes, if he's saying he doesn't know, I don't think it's worth dying over for him. And the guy in the back goes, yeah. And when we make it apparent, and as he says that, you hear a stretch from the woods, as you just, like, in the distance over the hill, you hear, and it launches through the air, and you can hear it above you. It strikes the, like, larger dude in the side of the shoulder, and I'm gonna use a reaction movement for the more psychotic guy. Okay. You ready for this? Immediately after he struck, you hear, as he kind of, like, lets you go barely. In that moment, in a reaction faster than you've seen most of your people react, the gun from the back of your head turns to the open wilderness and takes a shot. In that very moment, the flash opens up the wilderness, and you see a photo, almost, of your daughter take a shot right below the throat. It goes straight through, taking her back, as she falls long ways down at the top of the hill. You hear the dude behind you. Ah! That was fast! I like fast. You know?
I tried to escape as soon as I was let go, but the moment I see that, my brain almost makes it feel like I received it as a way of not confronting what's in front of me. And I just fall to the ground as if I had been shot.
You hear the old, like, the bigger dude, like, struggle to get the air out.
I can't get it out. Yeah, we'll worry about it later. In my opinion, I feel like we made... You think we made a good point, big guy?
And he kind of, like, leans into your ear.
You know what? I'm not gonna ask you that. I will go to my boss, like I'm always told. Excuse me, boss. I think that he doesn't know. I think we should just go to the chief and cut it out of him ourselves. Can you?
Oh, I know where it is.
Oh! Another one for me! I'm going to be a very rich little man after this one. And do tell...
You'll be able to find it when I push it up your dead corpse, you motherfucker! But I'm gonna run towards him.
Okay! Make an attack action.
Unarmed attack. 7 total.
7 total. Okay, give me advantage. Or however the rage system works for your character. Oh, no, okay, never mind. Okay,
Not yet. Not yet.
13. You
13.
Strike him. How much damage do I take?
4.
Momentum, strike again. That hits
Another
again.
13.
4. Momentum, strike the third time.
Another one. Another 6.
You hop on top of him after like tackling him to the ground, and you go one shot across the face after the other. You go like jaw, cheekbone, and everything. Your hands are boulders to whatever this creature is, as you can't see it, but you found its face and you are planning on hitting it. But eventually, as you do so, your arm raises and you can see like the bloody eye as his almost eyes like I mean, you've ripped apart this little dude. And a lantern hangs above as they light a light, and you can see the eye of this, I mean, distraught drow. And he can't decide from you whether or not he wants to act amused or he is terrified.
I've just, with reckless abandon, just keep screaming as I keep punching down and down as I go, one after the other, until I see nothing but red on my hands.
Give me one more final unarmed strike.
I will put my fist into a club, put them over my head, and strike one more time.
In doing so, you hit him with a powerful shot directed at the middle of his body. The hardest hit you've felt in a lifetime. You have never fought this hard before in your life with this much passion. As you come down, there's only one sound that you hear, and that is both hands absolutely landing chest-bound to this character. You hear him take in short, deepened breaths. The rest of everybody there in the shadows leave you to him, as they don't probably seem to be in awe, but just out of witness. As the big guy finally like pulls the arrow out, he chucks it into the wilderness, and he goes down to you and he grabs you by the shoulders and kind of like keeping your biceps like inwards. He places both hands like almost like the size of your torso, and he turns it to his boss.
At this point, I'm so shocked at what I've done that I don't fight back.
You've made a point. We'll leave you be. But I don't want to see your face again. Make him unconscious. And at that moment, you hear a club come after your head as you hear the most distant "Dad!" as it comes in contact with the back of your head, and everything goes black. You can only feel your body hit the snow as your eyes begin to roll back from this like enforced concussion for a moment. And you watch as the blazing sun off in the distance seems to become what feels from a horror to a nightlight, as you slowly fade off unconscious. Soon later, you are awoken by a set of two squirrels making their way through the wilderness. You feel both of them hop up on your side, and one kind of like make its way towards you and takes a little at your ear, kind of trying to figure out if you're alive, dead, like whatever you are.
I almost feel a sort of denial, as in, I am not conscious enough to feel the pain. I wish that the pain never comes, and then somehow I was able to escape into the afterlife before these emotions hit me. Eventually, I feel the sting of my wounds, and I will open my eyes.
You open your eyes to a bright blue sky morning. It seems like you were unconscious through the course of the night. Your body has been relatively now covered in snow. As you look off into the distance, as black, like lingering black smoke rises to the sky from where the village is.
I tried to look for columns of smoke. I tried to look for anything else than silence.
As you kind of like turn your head examining the person or the place that you were where you beat in the person's chest simply just has lingering blood. After you've laid there for a while and, you know, your mouth tastes of like, you know, the sting, you can't tell if this is blood from the drow, if this is blood from you, whoever this was, whoever was standing here. It was a bloody mess. Give me a disadvantage in investigation because of your concussion.
Damn, that is a 7.
A 7?
More than what I expected.
What's your higher number?
It's an 8.
Okay. As you begin to kind of like arise and like move your hand through, you feel what feels like a piece of flesh next to your finger. As you're kind of like dazed and your vision's blurry, do you choose to examine this? Or see what it might be, get a better look?
I will.
As you lean over, you find half an ear covered in black powder because of the close range. Almost all of it is covered in the black powder. And it kind of like lays there. It hasn't thawed almost, but it has aged a couple of hours sitting out in the open and in the wilderness, but the cold has still managed to keep it kind of like sitting.
Preserve it.
Yeah, preserved, I guess. I was trying to find like a different word, but yeah, preserved. In where the ear is, I'm going to go by radius here and say that you also see red stains from a boulder rock from a hill close by. It paints the outside of this rock maroon as it glides its way between moss.
Well, still dizzy, not really understanding what I see. I'll try to get up.
Give me a strength throw.
All right. It's a 19 total.
19 total. That's good. I would say you have most definitely the strength to get up and self-operate. You stand to your own 2 feet, trying to have yourself reclaim as much consciousness as you possibly can. As you stand kind of like shuffling to your feet using the rock's like steadability, do you follow the blood?
There is a part of me that remembers that flash, that knows what is at the end of that trail. And then in my mind resonate amongst the memory of the explosions, the voice of the butcher, and I had enough of running away. Maybe it would have been better to die fighting than this. Anything but this. I say as I put one foot in front of the other, waiting for something else at the end of that trail.
You make your way...
For the people I killed.
You make your way up the trail of blood. Each rock feels like it is a weight that you begin to push past as you make it to the top. And as you get to the top, as you breach the surface, looking over the course of a small little, almost like just like a perch hill, your daughter lays in a crawling motion towards the edge you climbed up. Her face is down in the snow. And as you begin to see more of an image, you can see that there is a line of blood from her feet to where her face lies now, as well as what you can see is almost like dragged foot divots as it made itself directly towards that area. The bow is broken. You, off of, I would say, passive survival, or most passives, can at least tell with your experience that it broke on falling impact. So it wasn't strong enough to even resist falling down on it, as it probably was when she leaned back and fell. She crushed the midpoint of the bow, as the string is the only thing left, kind of just unraveled in the snow with no tension in it, symbolizing that it is gone.
I will with using all my strength to keep my eyes on her, using all of my willpower not to avert my gaze. I will lift her body off from the position that she was in. And I will put her hands in front of her chest in a ritual manner. My face can produce tears. I am just seeing something that cannot be, something that cannot be manifested with mere tears. A pain. I just stand up, look around, see if there's any signals from any other bodies around me.
As you look around with a base of investigation, you find a set of footprints. They look like wolf footprints at first, but you can tell that they are just a bit bigger. They lead down the hill, and from what you can see through the wilderness with basic tracking, that these footsteps lead across out of the woods and back into the village. With a passive history, I would also state that if your eyes didn't deceive you and your daughter was shot in the undermost part of her throat, she wouldn't have been able to say anything in that quick of a time. Meaning that the shout that you heard from Dad did not come from her. And this is a completely other set of footsteps that were up here too. And they lead right back down into the village.
I will follow them.
You make your way down and follow them back into the village. As you make your way down, there are still some things burning with a gentle fire still to them, but a scent that is eerie and uncomfortable and unsettling covers your nose like there's just no escaping it. This is not a dream. It's no nightmare you've ever had. This is the cause and effect of what you had seen that night and the aftermath of what is this morning. The smell that you smell starts with charcoal and a smell of burning, I guess like burning hay. But a smell that becomes prompt after that is burning flesh. Can I get a perception check?
Of course. That's a 5 total.
5 total. Give me... Okay. I don't know. It's kind of obvious if you already smelled it, so we'll go...
I would say...
As you make your way through the village, this smell seems to surround you. It smells like it's coming from multiple locations. Where would be your first place to go that you think that he might have went?
Well, he's always had these delusions of being a raider, much like them. I would... That doesn't make any sense. Then I think of her. I think of his mother. If she had seen that it would be impossible to escape by land, perhaps she tried to escape on a ship.
Okay.
I will head to the docks.
As you make your way through, still kind of like stumbling as you're trying to regain your strength from the blood you've lost and the concussion you suffered, as you make your way around the corner, there are no ships. And it is not that there are no ships under the times of they are destroyed. They're gone instead. There's no ships at the bottom of the dock area. There's no ships in any of like the areas where fishermen would rest their boats. There are no boats. Period.
Seeing that gives me a sliver of hope. But maybe it could be that they got away. But even though my heart wants to stick to this possibility as hard as I can, I know I have to check the bodies to make sure.
Give me an investigation check.
That's an 8 total.
8 total. You don't find who you're looking for. Instead, you find others. As you make your way through, you find the pillars that were made by you and the people you knew. You find a burnt out opening to the hall that almost seems like the next best thing is in here. Do you choose to approach the hall with the investigation you've made?
I will.
As you make your way kind of like in through the hall, you can't open the door, but you can see that there's basically an alternate entrance that has been forcefully made to the side of it. As you make your way over, pushing the stones over to make your way in and through, you see a horrific sight. Inside, you see, lined from each supporting pillar of the roof, are your fellow brethren with chains stuffed behind their back around these pillars, and on each one, not missing one, is started with the butcher. At close examination, there is holes the size of what you tried to show them. There were no knife wounds. There was no weapons such as club used. Instead, the only two things that you were able to identify from your investigation are the wounds that were shown by the damage of what a musket could do, and rope strangulation from the neck back to the pole. And he got it the lightest. As you look down the hallway, you see many more, most being warriors, but some, everyday people. The Fletcher is not there. His body was still outside in the wilderness where he had dropped before. As you move down, you find the schizophrenic who, from what it looked like, was never shot, but instead strangled to death by not rope, but by chain. And
I look at these bodies and I just mutter to myself, these stubborn bastards.
As you make your way...
As it hits me all at once.
As you make your way through, the final body that you see is in a more specific position. The chief's body is placed on its knees with their ankles, hip, kind of like their thighs, but by ankle by thigh, tied by chains, their hands locked cross behind their back, their head down in front of the throne at a odd angle, and a spear made by your people like this.
After pausing for a moment, I look at him with remorse, but I can't bring myself to hate him for what he chose. Not just for himself, but for everybody. As a rational man, as a man who has done nothing else but care for these people, deep in my heart I knew that this was his only path. I can't help myself but feel guilty at what I'm seeing around me. I can't help but wonder if they ever waited for me to change my mind when they were dying in the front lines. I feel the need to take responsibility for this. So, I will walk to his corpse, take the circlet that he's wearing as a crown's fashion, the symbol of the chief. Clasp it in my hands. But still I'm not able to produce a single tear. There is something deeply hollow inside my heart. There is no feeling on my legs as I walk. I'm but another ghost of this town. With the crown still in my hand, I'll keep looking around town to see for any signal of my wife and kid.
Give me a perception it's perception with advantage.
That's 12 plus 3, that's 15 total.
As you make your way around, you begin to see a small trend when it comes to basic village folk. And that is not how many of them were just simply shot, but that they were piled on ritualistic sticks and set ablaze, mocking a ritual used by Euron to say goodbye to many. Instead, they lay uncovered with no cloths and buried on top of each other like corpses of dead animals. These have already been burned as these bodies lay at the bottom. Some you can see with skin being burned off further than muscle down to bone. People having the sides of their face, if not their entire face at all, burned down to skeleton with some charred eyes. As you make your way through, some of these people are collected in smaller piles, but it feels like every time you see another, it grows and grows and feels like an ending bonfire. And eventually, you spot something significant. And it is the coat that he put around himself while trying to leave. It lay in front of a pile of one of the most piled up people. And you can see a small hand buried under the amount of people that is out, with one finger gone from the burn and the rest of the hand almost cleaned upwards. On top of him is another vest, and it is your wife, holding him and what feels to you like the same way she did in front of the fire, as he tried to most likely move from the uncover, as his body is the freshest out of most of the people there. He was thrown to the bottom after being found. Bodies stacked on top of him. He could not move, and there was no escape. His vest lay there, muddied in the road. As you could see, he fought for his way out of this, but that was not how fate was going to have him.
I'm going to grip the last strengths that I have. And in my mind, a plan is formed. I would like to make a series of actions.
Okay.
The first, I'm gonna walk all the way back to the woods and bring the body of my daughter.
Okay.
I'm going to then take derelict pieces of wood, make sure that it floats. I'm gonna take the chains from around the neck of my friend. I'm gonna put my family on that piece of wood. And with one of the arrows still left from the crafts that were at my home when we had to live in a rush, I will set it ablaze to give them proper burial. And as the arrow touches this wood, the first tear comes down my face.
The arrow makes
And I would
contact with
Go
the
ahead.
wood, setting it under a somber blaze in the small reef water that is this large continental lake.
I'm going to kneel down and I'm going to wrap these chains, hot from the fire, around my forearms. And I want to say a prayer to whomever God is listening to this. I will say, dear gods, if you hear the prayer of a little solemn traitor,
If you hear the voice of this coward through the winds of the winter, if you can carry this message across the ocean and bless me with the salt of the seas, ask, will I, for this request? For I do not require your strength anymore, for you owe me way more than that. You shall give me the arms that I don't have to get this people under my grasp once again. You shall give me the teeth to devour any enemy in my way. You shall give me the eyes of the hawk to find them wherever they might be. You shall give me the power I don't have to carry my dead body, devoid of a soul, through the sea until I find the person responsible. But more than all, you should give me the rage lurking in my heart to make sure I carry this through. Not for the people I neglected to help. Not even for me. Not for the blood I lost. Not for the future I don't have. I ask you, from the wills of the stones that my body will carve, from the will of the earth that will receive their bodies, I ask you for shade and respite. Once I've carried my crusade, once I've killed these people, so that when it's done, and I kill them, and the people they love, and the people who love the people they love, and everything they know, so that my body that is resting in earth, and my soul that is going to hell to find the shadow over the tombstones. And I say that I put the crown of the chief in my forehead. If an army of my people weren't enough to combat this enemy, one of us will have to do. So I implore you, give me the strength of the 1,000 men that lay in this ground. For my spirit would not be able to take it on its own. And I just start bawling on that beach until the tears are plentiful enough that I'm able to grab the damp sand below my hands. That's it.
As you place your hands down, you change. You are not simply a mason, much more, but life will change for you forever. As time goes on, months proceed to pass. December moves. For many, it's just another month, but for him, it progresses as a mission. A purpose to be found and to be continued until finished. As we move into January, he makes his first steps outside of the borderline that Wargin has made, because as of that moment, there was no evidence that Wargin had came by at all. For his character does not know why this could have happened. We are still left with the mystery on what could have caused this to happen in the first place. Who were these people? What did that obelisk have to serve at any purpose? For the next few months, Thorn moves his way southbound, eventually tracking those who he believes are the most linked people he can find to the people who attacked and destroyed his family and his home. Eventually, he ends up at the new colonized Narak Islands after stowing away on a boat as best as he could, eventually bringing himself there. The only evidence that he eventually found to that was some form of order that he's able to identify that links to the drow, he believes. At that point, while staying there, he had approached in an area, and for many, he felt threatening. When asked to comply by local authorities, he was confused, not understanding this new culture or what was being ordered of them, and in doing so, he found himself in a holding cell for non-compliance for about a week. The story does not end there for him, though. For many that he will find in this cell is going to lead him on a adventure he didn't think he would ever become involved in. Please join please join Song the Sea Sings at Midnight on February 22nd on the search for what Thorn's life could possibly see ahead. Good night.